Welcome to the January 2025 full council meeting. I will now invite John to take the members' notice of summons of the meeting, members' attendance, and apologies.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members. To all members of Derry City and Strabane District Council, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Council, which will be a hybrid meeting conducted remotely via WebEx and physically here in the Council Chamber, Wednesday, 29th of January at 2 o'clock. Alderman Cook.
Online, John.
Alderman Guy. Alderman Hussey. Okay. Alderman Carrigan.
Online, John.
Alderman McMorris.
Here, John.
Alderman Middleton.
Here, John, online.
Alderman Montgomery.
Here, John.
Alderman Wilkinson.
Online, John.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Here, John.
Councillor Lillian Barr.
Here, John.
Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Boggs. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cusick.
Here, John.
Councillor Deany.
Sure.
Councillor Devine. Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Alex Duffy.
Sure.
Councillor Sandra Duffy.
Sure.
Councillor Farrell.
Here.
Councillor Fleming.
Sure.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin. Councillor Hart.
And sure.
Councillor Heaney.
Sure.
Councillor Hutton.
And sure, John.
Councillor Jackson.
And sure.
Councillor Leonard.
Sure.
Councillor Logue.
Sure.
Councillor McDade.
Here.
Councillor McGinley.
John.
Councillor McHugh.
Yeah.
Councillor Mooney.
Here.
Councillor Murphy. Councillor Norris. Councillor O'Farrell.
Sure, John.
Councillor Riley. Councillor Tierney. Councillor Neelis.
Sure.
Thank you, members.
Okay, members, the next agenda item is broadcasting statement. I would like to remind everyone physically present at this meeting or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeating viewing. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting or training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the council privacy notice may be found on the council's website. Okay, members, declaration of members' interest. If you are online, please put it on the chat and
Mayor.
here.
GSP 1925, the third council legal chance. Just to note, I'm a member of APSI National Council by virtue of being a councillor for this council. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lyler. Anyone else? Okay, members. Next agenda item is chairperson's business. I have a couple of chairperson's business today, and I will take them through the way I received them. So the first one is from Alderman Middleton.
Thank you, Mayor. Are you happy for me to do both at the one time, or would you like me to wait and do the other one separately?
Take both together.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So the first piece that I want to speak on is to warmly congratulate my good neighbour and friend, Mr. Ivan Black, on receiving an MBE for charitable services. I have spoken about Ivan in this chamber before and the very personal and emotive reasons why he got into fundraising and the actual amazing things that he has done. He's a real credit. In fact, I would go as far as to say he's a credit for Cullion, he's a credit for Tyrone, and he's a real credit for our full council area. I have been greatly inspired by Ivan, and I know that everyone who meets him feels the same way. So I just wanted to offer the sincere congratulations to Ivan. On a second moment of chairperson's business, and again really positive for the Faughan area, I wanted to offer huge congratulations to the staff, volunteers and all those who have made the vision for the recently opened Ulster Scots Hub in Brady, the Solace Hub, a reality. The Ulster Scots heritage and culture scene is one that is incredibly personal and important to myself as well as countless other constituents. And I am so glad that this has opened in the Fáhan. I really enjoyed their opening event, and it was just attended by people of all ages, and it just showed a real flavour for what was to come. Well done, one and all involved. I am really proud of you all, and I really look forward to many visits now and down the line for both myself, my young family, the community and the wider community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Middleton. Okay, the next chairperson's business is from Councillor Houghton.
Thank you, Mayor. Edmund McLaughlin was a cherished figure in Derry's traditional music scene, renowned for his exceptional guitar skills and engaging performances. In 1982, he co-founded the folk band Thunder and Down with his brothers John and Dennis. The band gained prominence in the 1980s, performing extensively across the Northwest and supporting notable artists like Paddy Riley at the Rialto. Eamon was more than just a talented musician. He was a man who brought people together through his music, his kindness, and his unwavering passion for our city's cultural life. For over 35 years, Eamon was a regular performer at Pater O'Donnell's music pub here in Derry. His warm smile and welcoming presence made him a beloved figure among patrons and fellow musicians alike. He was always generous with his time, mentoring young musicians and ensuring that the tradition of Irish music remained alive for future generations. Eamon sadly passed away on New Year's Day this year at the City Hospital in Belfast after a long illness which he fought very bravely. He is survived by his children Emmett, Jolene and Shane, as well as his grandchildren and siblings. His contributions to Derry's music community have left a lasting legacy, and he will be fondly remembered by many. His presence will be profoundly missed, not just on stage, but in the hearts of those who knew and loved him. We are grateful for the joy and music he shared with us, and while he may be gone, his legacy will continue to echo in the streets of our city and in the hearts of all who had the privilege of knowing him. I wish to extend our deepest condolences to Eamon's family and all who mourn his loss, and I would ask that you, Mayor, write a letter to his family acknowledging the profound impact that Eamon had here, had on the music industry, the arts and culture, and just how such an amazing man that he was. He did have a profound impact in the music industry, both here in the city and across the island. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Houghton. I'll be very happy to do that. And just may I also express our deepest condolences. I think it goes without saying that everyone here would be thinking about the family. Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to be associated with Aislinn's words there. I was very lucky to be at Eamon's last gig because it was at a friend's wedding. And far out relations. He was an amazing musician, and like you say, he brought everyone together. So I'd just like to be associated with Aislinn's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Any other members? No? Okay. The next chairperson's business is from Alderman McMorris.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. And I just wanted to put on record comments in regards to the maintenance fund that was rolled out. Often we complain about things that don't go well, but I really want to put on record the things that actually do go well as well. As chairperson of Irish Street Community Centre, I had contacted Connor to see if they could facilitate getting the contractors in and letting us know that so we could close down in order to facilitate the painting. And he did that, and the contractors came in, and basically the job is amazing. The work that they've done and the centre is just looking brilliant, and everybody's just so proud of the centre and whatever. So I just wanted to put on record them comments, and also I just want to give a wee bit of thanks to Paul Hegarty. He has been amazing to his health and safety consciousness is second to none, and I have to say that he has went over and above, not just for our centre, but I know he goes over and above for a lot of centres. So I just want to put my thanks on record that that was really worthwhile thing that we did to paint the centres and do them up, and it's just been an amazing job. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McMorris. That is very positive. I'm sure the officers will be very happy with those comments. Okay, members, the next one is from myself, and every member here will be aware that I held a public meeting on Monday, 20th of January to address the urgent and deeply troubling issue of violence against women and girls. The purpose of the meeting was clear. It was to unite the community, our council, and government in a shared mission to identify and implement tangible solutions to tackle this pervasive crisis. Members, the meeting brought together survivors who courageously shared their personal and powerful stories alongside frontline organizations who tirelessly work to support them. Together, they offered actionable solutions to combat violence against women and girls, solutions that deserve our full attention and action. Firstly, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all the women who showed immense bravery in speaking out, particularly Ann Barr, Natalie McCloskey, and Patricia Breslin. Their courage was second to none. I would also like to thank our colleague here, Councillor Fargon Leonard, for joining the panel and sharing his personal experience. Councillor Leonard, your openness and sincerity added a powerful voice to the discussion, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for speaking up and for sharing your family ordeal. My thanks also go to the community and voluntary organizations who spoke with such passion and determination at the event, particularly Women's Aid, Foil Women's Information Network, Dove House Advocacy Project, and Women's Center Dairy. I also want to acknowledge the representatives from statutory organizations who presented on the night and to everyone who attended. It was a profound show of unity. Men and women from all walks of life standing together to declare that violence against women and girls has no place in our society. It will be remiss of me not to acknowledge and sincerely thank our own council officers who made that public meeting possible. To Teresa Bradley, Ellen Kavanagh, Karen Henderson, and anyone else who contributed that I may have unintentionally overlooked, I want to thank you so much for your outstanding leadership and tireless work. Our council officers plays a vital role in working closely with our local grassroots women organization and activists. And I also want to acknowledge the First Minister and Deputy First Minister who were unable to attend the public meeting but sent apologies alongside a very powerful message through video that reaffirmed their full support and commitment to ending violence against women and girls despite a very short notice. Their swift response and solidarity reflect the shared determination at all levels of leadership to confront this issue head on. It is clear to see we are absolutely united and resolute in driving the change that is so urgently needed. Members, at the meeting, concrete solutions were proposed, and I made a public commitment then, and I am fulfilling it now, to bring those proposals to this full council meeting for endorsement. Those actions build upon the vital work already being undertaken by Derry City and Strabane District Council to create a safer, more inclusive society for women and girls. The proposed actions circulated prior to this meeting are as follows. Declare a zero tolerance zone. Derry City and Strabane District Council to formally declare the area a zero tolerance zone for violence against women and girls. This declaration will send a powerful and unequivocal message that violence against women and girls will not be tolerated in our city and district. The women also propose that Derry City and Strabane District Council work in close partnership with grassroots organizations, statutory bodies, and the Executive Office and community and voluntary organizations to deliver a wider reach educational campaign. This campaign will include billboards and public awareness materials to spark conversations and drive change. Information workshop for men, women, and young people to promote understanding and challenge harmful behaviors. Education programs in schools to raise awareness, foster respect, and challenge attitudes that perpetuate violence and inequality. Members, this council has long been committed to addressing violence against women and girls. We have worked closely with grassroots organizations, community groups, and key stakeholders to tackle this issue, but the time has come to step up our efforts. By endorsing these proposals, we reaffirm our commitment to declaring Derry City and Strabane District a zero-tolerance zone for violence against women and girls. Collaborating with partners to design and deliver a comprehensive education campaign to prevent violence and promote equality. The women of this district have spoken. They want to see this council act with urgency and determination. Together, we must pledge to deliver meaningful change for women and girls across our district. And members, I would urge you to all support and endorse these proposals. Let us instruct our council officers to take the necessary step to begin implementing these actions immediately. This is our opportunity to show real leadership, to stand united, and to create a district where women and girls can live without any fear, where respect, safety, and equality are not just aspirations but realities. There can be no tolerance for violence against women and girls anywhere in our society. Whether it is our family, friends, or colleagues, we all have a duty to tackle this issue when it presents itself and to challenge attitudes and views. This will not always be easy, and I and colleagues have learned this week, but it must be done. Good people can make mistakes, but we must put the needs of victims and survivors over perpetrators and be accountable when we fall below that standard. And I now want to open the floor for discussions. Could I ask that the motion is put on the screens there, just for the record? Councillor Duffy?
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And just on the proposal, I'm happy to second the proposal on the floor. So I thank yourself, Mayor, for bringing forward the proposal on chairperson's business. It is only right that we continue to prioritise our work on ending violence against women and girls. I thank you for hosting the public meeting last week. It was an important first step in hearing from those who have been directly affected, those who have survived, and the families of those who we have sadly lost. Their testimonies were both powerful and emotional. It was also really useful to hear from agencies and groups who have a role to play and are really working towards that elimination of the issue. But this can only be a first step for us as a council. We agreed 10 actions in November, but this was never going to be an exhaustive list of what we were going to do, and we need to continue that engagement and respond appropriately as a council. The sad fact is that women are being abused, they're being violently attacked, and they're being raped and murdered. And the majority of these incidents are from men that these women know, men that these women have been in relationships with, and these women are being murdered in their own homes. 7 women murdered in 2024, 24 women since 2020. Untold incidents right across this council area. The Executive launched its 7-year strategy in September with an initial 2-year delivery plan, laying out the Change Fund with 3.2 million with both a regional and grassroots element. The main focus of the strategy is on prevention and addressing the underlying causes of violence and to stop it before it begins. We need everyone to know and understand what violence against women and girls is and how to prevent it. We want everyone to be equipped, especially our young people, to enjoy healthy, respectful relationships. We want to ensure women and girls feel safe and are safe everywhere. This cannot be delivered by one group, one organisation, or one department. It is a whole society approach, and that includes our male allies, our fathers, our husbands, our brothers, our work colleagues. Never stay silent when you see an incident. Don't stay silent when the jokes start in the WhatsApp groups, in the staff room, in the bar. Speak up and call it out. And don't provide character references for someone charged with those offences, for God's sake, please. A zero tolerance to violence against women and girls approach means just that, and it will mean that we all need to step up. Living in safety should be a right, not a privilege. It is time now for a societal shift where we call out gender inequality, we call out the low-level misogyny, we call out the defenders of it, and we educate and we don't let it develop. And I would be proud to say this council area is a zero tolerance area for violence against women and girls. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Duffy. Councillor McDade?
Thank you, Mayor. And I actually don't know what more I could add. I think Sandra's spot on in most what she said there. I was at the public meeting as well, as I know a lot of people were. So first of all, I just wanted to say thanks to the officers for organising it. And obviously the panels were all brilliant, but a special thanks to the survivors, and Patricia and Natalie, and a special thanks to Councillor Leonard, because a lot of what Councillor Leonard said, I actually brought home and talked to my husband about, and it stuck in my head that you need to treat every episode of domestic violence as a potential murder. And I thought that really stuck with me. And then the advice that if you have a gut feeling that someone isn't in a safe relationship, call in more. And those are two things that I really took home and talked about a lot. So I just want to thank you. It was really brave and really emotional, and I appreciate it. Obviously, your motion, I'm more than happy if Councillor Duffy hadn't seconded, I would have. I know that we obviously all received another email as well, so I'm sure that will come to the floor at some stage. But I suppose for me, it's about making sure we take those concrete actions. It's about making sure, since I've come into council, it's about doing things that are practical, that we can actually do and we can see and we can be held accountable that we're doing them. It's not just about, we can't just pay lip service to this. It's too important. Sandra has already said that there's, it's about a societal change, and that's exactly what it is. It's about changing how we educate our children. It's about making sure that our young boys and girls know from no age that this is not acceptable, whether it's physical violence, verbal abuse, or those jokes that we all hear, and we need to be standing up and calling them out right from the get-go. I really think that we need to be taking concrete actions, like to make sure that this actually is a zero tolerance zone, because we're lots of zones, but we need to be taking things that we can actually be held accountable for. Also talking about engaging with all stakeholders, I think that needs to be really clear. We need to put it out there that we're making sure we're inviting everybody, from survivors, families, victims' families, women's groups, grassroots organisations, men's groups is as important as women's groups, and all the statutory agencies. I appreciate what you have said about mistakes being made and taking responsibility. And I suppose, given what has been going on, it's important to acknowledge the character references. I have to say that we should not be giving character references in court, full stop. That's something that I personally believe, and it's something that the SDLP have been working on to try and table in the Assembly, particularly around gender-based crimes. So I completely agree with what Councillor Duffy is saying. And I just actually wanted to take an opportunity to mention as well that, given the context of what we're talking about, in the last couple of days, it has been in the news that Natasha O'Brien, I'm sure you will remember the case about Natasha in the South, and she had been brutally assaulted on the street, and the perpetrator got a very lenient sentence. And thankfully that went to High Court and that was overturned, and he's now going to do jail time. And I think it's important to mention that and send our support and admiration to Natasha for taking that right forward and keeping with it to making sure that that person faced the consequences that he needed to. Don't know whether it's hard enough. I think it was still a bit lenient, but it's better than what he was getting in the first place. So I suppose, just to finish up, happy to support that motion. I think that we need to be doing concrete things. I don't know how we do it. I think we need to be really careful in making sure that this time next year we can sit down and say what we've done, and it's not just that we're saying we're zero tolerance. What have we done to make sure that we actually are? But happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. And I was at the meeting as well, and I thought it was in many ways an excellent meeting. And I thought that many of the people that came to speak, particularly the victims and survivors, were very, very brave. And their stories were very, very important and very much set the tone for the rest of the meeting that evening. And as People Before Profit, we very much endorse the proposal, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing it forward tonight out of the meeting. And I think it's the right thing for us to do to aim towards making the Derry and Strabane District Council a zero tolerance space for violence against women and girls. And I think if you look globally right now, there's some worrying signs. I mean, we have Donald Trump just inaugurated again into the White House. Many people see him as the most powerful person in the world, and also very misogynistic. who is not interested in the type of discussions that we're having here. And it's also the case that there's a subset of his followers, not just in the United States, but here in Ireland, who are actively encouraging violence against women and encouraging young people in particular, disaffected young people, to believe that women's rights is about taking away their masculinity and taking away their rights. It's completely not true and it's nonsense, but that's the context in which we are having this discussion about zero tolerance. I think that the letter that was sent to councillors from Derry Alliance for Choice is very, very important. I think a number of their proposals are excellent. I think that they should have been invited to the meeting, and obviously they make that point themselves in the letter. I think we should be extending the concept of violence against women and girls to be gender-based violence, and there's more to say on that. And look, Councillor McDaid and Councillor Duffy have both referenced the need to ban character references, and I think that this is very important for us right now, because it's not an abstract thing, because we've been all probably engaged in discussions this week about character references. And look, it doesn't bring me any great joy to say this, but I mean, Councillor Tierney is a valued member of this chamber and has made many valuable contributions over many, many years. But he has provided a character reference to somebody who was convicted of a very serious sexual assault. And I think that this is the very issue that we are grappling with, because I have heard very loud and clear from women in this chamber and many of my own comrades and colleagues and people who are campaigners that men need to step up and men need to play a leading role. And I think a lot of men have been saying, well, what can we actually do? And I think that this is, I think that we can't underestimate the hurt and the anger that many victims and survivors of sexual assault are feeling right now, because particularly those people who've been campaigning for an end to gender-based violence. Character references undermine and gaslight victims at a moment when they're extremely vulnerable in the courts, an institution that often re-traumatizes and victimizes survivors. And that's the seriousness of what's happened here. So I think that, Councillor Tierney has obviously made an attempt to explain what happened, and that it was a mistake. And I've listened to him on that. But many feel, and we feel, that for him to take proper to show proper accountability for his actions, he should resign his position. And what I would like to do, Mayor, is I would like to propose that as an amendment that we incorporate the proposals that Derry Alliance for Choice sent to all councillors and aldermen into this motion that you've brought forward. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? There's no seconder for the motion. Okay. That means the proposal will not come to the floor.
Mayor, I've read the correspondence, and what I have, the vast majority of the correspondence and the content of it, I agree with, and I'm not sure if Councillor Harkin, takes it as a package. The part that I disagree with is the part that Councillor Tierney should resign, and I say that, and I want to be clear, and people in this chamber will know that I clash regularly with Councillor Tierney. Our politics are very different. He's now down as an independent, and I don't think that Councillor Tierney being an independent will bring any value to that model. Because you're independent doesn't mean to say that your politics is sound. So this is not in any way in favour of Councillor Tierney's politics, whether he's independent or whether he's a member of the SDLP. But I do genuinely believe that this was a mistake. I don't believe for 1 minute that Councillor Tierney, having known him and a family man and a community activist, politics mightn't be great, but I don't believe for a minute that he deliberately wrote a letter for somebody who violently held somebody down and raped them. I do not believe that. I've spoke to people who would have loose connections or to this whole case, and it's not, it goes beyond the brutal rape. There's a number of Mullers, and I want to pay tribute to them who went and counteracted the nonsense that this rapist was some type of great father. And there's been other things that this man has done, and he's a very manipulative individual. He's also a rapist and a sex fiend. And there's a feeling of thought that would be right throughout this city and district, and probably throughout the world, that would be more in line with ex-Alderman Mary Hamilton's position on sex fiends than people would want to admit. And that is a very popular position. So I do believe that Councillor Tierney did make a mistake and did not. And that is the only problem that I have. I wouldn't have it in me to play any type of politics and ask them to resign. I will confront him, and we will continue to confront each other if he decides to stay in this chamber. But I will be happy to support the rest of the proposal, but I can't support the call for him to resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Christopher Jackson.
Mayor, and I am going to agree with Councillor Donnelly and say that I genuinely believe that Councillor Tierney did make a mistake. He made a huge mistake when he wrote a character reference for a convicted rapist who subsequently was sentenced to 8.5 years for a hideous offence. And we have just had various speakers express their support for a complete declaring this council area a zero tolerance approach to violence against women and girls. And what Councillor Tierney done and his failure to apply any due diligence whatsoever certainly doesn't give me any confidence that there's a zero tolerance approach from his perspective. But I do accept that it was a mistake, and it's a mistake that I have no doubt that he sincerely regrets. I know that there's other people within the political arena who have made mistakes, that have had the integrity to immediately recognise that they've made those mistakes, and they've taken decisions themselves to offer their resignation in reflection of what they've done and the mistakes that they've done. That decision is theirs. This decision is Councillor Tierney's. Councillor Tierney has a lot of explaining to do, speaking to people over the last few days who are rightly very angry of the mistake that Councillor Tierney had made. I don't think that anger is going away, and I think Councillor Tierney does need to reflect on that anger and the huge level of anger within our city and district, and reflect on the significance of the mistake that he's made. But I agree that it's not a matter for this chamber to discuss and decide on. This is a matter solely for Councillor Tierney, and I have no doubt that it's something that he's reflecting on as we speak. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Alderman Cook online.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. And I'm absolutely delighted at the commitment that our council has shown to put an end to violence against women and girls. The momentum is really rolling, and long may it continue. I was honoured to be in attendance and speak on the panel at last week's event that was held here at the Guildhall, and especially hearing the stories from the Lived Experience panel. It was such a rollercoaster of emotions for me, and just a small snippet of what women and girls face on a day-to-day basis. And Councillor Leonard, I wanted to speak with you afterwards, but I couldn't find you. It was just to thank you for sharing your story. Such a powerful thing to do, and so courageous for standing up there. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And nothing would make me and my party colleagues in the DUP more happier than declaring our city a zero tolerance zone for violence against women and girls. But just to clarify, like overall, what would that look like? Like what would a zero tolerance zone look like? Like, do we have plans in place, or is there any ideas, that would help to paint the picture? Because as I think Councillor McDade had said, it's all fair and well, passing these motions, but we need them to be actionable as well. So just some clarity on that, please, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Cook. Member said, Alderman Guy. Oh, sorry. Councillor Gallagher. Next.
Thank you, Mayor Flynn. I would like to also concur with Councillor Donnelly and the remarks he made. There's many occasions I've fought in here with Councillor Tierney too. Maybe I hope to do so in the future. But I've been councillor 10, 11 years, and during that time, on many occasions, I have been lied to and cajoled, emotionally blackmailed to do references. And upon refusal, you get, it's your fault that I'm not getting this job. It's your fault that I'm not getting this house. It's your fault this, and it's your fault that. And the blame goes on a public representative. And I can understand, and I've been listening from afar on this previous week regarding Councillor Tierney. I'm not aware or across all the facts. And I've seen a statement come out today that family members have said that he was lied to. And I think that we shouldn't be getting on, a position where we convict on the lack of all the information. And then if all the information is available, Councillor Tierney will make up his own mind. But I do think, and I do support, that this council should bring a corporate position that says to councillors, all 40 councillors, because all 40 councillors in this chamber are vulnerable. They're vulnerable to this sort of thing today, tomorrow, and the next day, that we do not provide references. And that people can put on their office doors, we do not provide references. Order of Derry City Strabane District Council. Full stop. And that will get rid of mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters coming and emotionally blackmailing councillors to provide references. It needs to stop, and that's the best way of stopping it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. And just want to say that the Ulster Unionist Party fully support this motion here that you brought forward. Our colleague, Alderman Montgomery, was able to speak at the event. I wasn't able to attend because I was covering yourself elsewhere in the district, but I heard it was very good event. I heard Councillor Leonard's, and I'd heard that before him speak about that there, and I know it's from the heart that he says it, and it's quite a harrowing story that he does tell. We fully support anything that will stop violence against women and girls. And sadly, it's becoming more prevalent within our city and district and wider. But just to go on what Councillor Harkin has been requesting basically as an amendment to this and asking for Councillor Tierney to resign. I've worked with Councillor Tierney now for this is my second term. I've always felt that he was very honest. Politically, we're miles apart, but I know that he's a good worker in his area. He doesn't. I was actually shocked and surprised when this first came out. Obviously, as Councillor Gallagher has said since then, and we've seen all the statements and stuff, and even the latest one from the family. And it's really, this man is throwing Councillor Tierney onto the bus, but he doesn't care, And There's 40 councillors in this chamber, and any one of us could be thrown under the bus at any single time. We know what we've all been lied to before when we go to things like the housing executive and other places and other statutory bodies, and they've says, no, it's like this here. And we've been put right then. So people are willing to lie to us because we're easy targets. We have no backup. We have no, and I don't know whether banning, going down the route of actually banning somebody giving you a resume, because not everybody is wrong, not everybody is deviant, and you're cutting out those people that are genuine. However, I just want to finish off by saying Councillor Harkin has asked for Councillor Tierney to step aside and resign. I remember on here not so long ago when when there was a certain business looking to take Councillor Harkin to court, and he was asking all our councillors on here for support, and I think we all supported him. But yet he's willing to throw one of his own councillors, one of his own colleagues, whether it would get on with him politically, under the bus. Says a lot. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor Farrell?
Just for clarity too, Councillor Donnelly mentioned an ex-colleague of mine, Mary Hamilton, and I don't know what he was referring to, if he could.
I might, if I repeated what was said by Mary Hamilton, I might be arrested and charged, but what she said, it's there for anybody who wants to search it, and it's well known, so I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Farrell?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Harkin has made a proposal that hasn't been seconded, but we're still having this debate anyway. And I think it's important to have the discussion. And I'm going to speak specifically about Councillor Tierney, who is a very good friend of mine, a trusted colleague, a valued member of this chamber. And when I had indicated to speak, I didn't realise that Brian was going to be online. So he's going to speak himself very, very shortly. But I have spoken to Brian regularly and repeatedly over the last number of days. I can tell you that he's distraught, he's devastated with what's happened since Thursday onwards. He'll be the first to admit that he's made a mistake, a monumental mistake. He has apologised publicly. He has apologised for the pain, the hurt, the stress that's been caused. And he's going to be the first to admit that he didn't do due diligence, that he didn't fully investigate the charges. And that's on Brian. Brian should have checked that. That's a massive error on Brian's behalf. But what we have to remember is that the family involved have come out publicly yesterday and said that he was lied to, he was duped, he was misled, he was not in full possession of the facts, he didn't know there were pending criminal charges, he was not aware of the seriousness of the offences. The Brian that I know, the Brian that all of you know that if Brian Tierney knew that that man, that animal, was charged with various forms of rape, he would not have provided a reference. I know that, you all know that, and he's being vilified. Brian has made mistakes. He didn't check. That's his only mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Barr?
Mayor, fully support the motion in front of us. Can I just say, as speaking as someone who had a sister violently murdered for what I believe was a sexually motivated crime, I have to say that my first response when I heard of Councillor Tierney's actions was one of anger, and I can fully understand the anger of the community. However, on reflection and knowing Councillor Tierney, knowing the type of man he is, I do accept he made a mistake, and I also don't feel a decision on his future should be made in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Leonard?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the comments from people earlier on during my part on Monday night. And thank you again for the opportunity. I'm just thinking we have a fantastic emotion here in front of us. There's been discussions going on this last number of minutes, there's no doubt about it. And have to be done at times, but I think we all need to get back and concentrate on what the motion here says. It's time for us all now to just regather our thoughts again and think about this motion that we have in front of us to bring absolutely zero tolerance to our city and district. And I would respectfully ask that members and to yourself, Mayor, that we can go back and deal with what's in front of us here, because extremely important point. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nornod. I think it is important we allow members to speak. It is a very difficult subject we are discussing, and it involves one of our closest colleague and friend. I want us to center the victims and survivors of violence against women. That is why this motion was brought here. But I don't want to stop anybody to speak up on what they want to say, because it is important we do that. But I will plead to everyone, let's center the victims and survivors of violence against women with this issue. I think it is very clear to all of us, we're not perfect. We are all human beings, we make mistakes. And when we acknowledge those mistakes and put our hands up, we expect everybody to believe that we mean it, and we do believe it. And this conversation where it is going, every single person believe what Brian is saying. So I will ask again, let's center the victims and survivors of violence against women, and let's accept that we are all humans and we make mistakes. Councillor Cheney.
Chair, I asked to come on. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Cusack.
Thank you. There's a saying that goes, we will not, in the end, we will not remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. I've known Brian for 15 years. I have to say I was absolutely shocked when the revelations came out, and I was shocked because I've known him for 15 years and knew that there's something not right with this. Why would he do this? He's a father. He's a father of a young girl. He's a brother. He's a son. So something didn't sit right. Everybody has said it. He didn't do his due diligence. He didn't investigate properly, possibly lied to. Everything's been put on the table here. But no, he should not lose his career, his livelihood, his reputation, and his future income because of a mistake any of us could have made. And I, as a woman, have friends who have come to me, colleagues saying, furious, angry, upset, but still, and asking that he should step down, but I can't support that. And I can't support that because, ironically, I'm giving Brian a character reference here. He is a good person, and anybody in this chamber knows if he needed something and something was morally right, he would do it. He didn't do something right. He made a mistake. And as Councillor Gallagher says, yes, references. All of us have to deal with references. I've never done them myself because I don't really know people. I don't really know their character. And that's something we have to bear in mind going forward. And that's something that, and it's a very good suggestion, it should be across the board. We do not do this because we do not fully know people the way they want to be demonstrated on paper for whatever point. So no, Councillor Tierney should not resign. Yes, he should have a long, hard think about going forward. And all of us who possibly write things down, hoping that's another vote for our party or our position, know what the important thing is what does this mean in the wider context? And who is this person? Do I really know them? Always think about that before supporting anybody in any position. Thank you.
Councillor Harkin.
Very quickly, Mayor, and thank you for letting me in. It's just and I agree with you that we should be centering victims and survivors here, but just I need to respond to Councillor Alderman Guy. That was a situation where a millionaire employer accused me of libel for speaking out for residents that were being abused, for workers that weren't allowed to join the trade union. And I never made any mistakes. In fact, I demonstrated that I was absolutely right. And that's why that employer had to back down through my solicitor. And we could have went further, but we decided not to. So it's important. I didn't make a mistake in that situation. Made lots of mistakes, but not when it came to that millionaire employer. And so what I was raising at that time was an injustice, and it was the right thing to do. And I stand over it.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Tierney online.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for allowing me the opportunity to come on and speak on this very, very important issue. For what it's worth, the proposal that you have made would have been one, and is one that I fully support. But I do want to take this opportunity to address the media reports about myself over the last number of days. I first of all want to apologize and try to show my deep remorse for the mistake that I have made. I want to apologize to this council and to every elected member in it for my actions. I should have checked the background of the story. There is no doubt about that. I believed that I was acting in good faith. I believed that I was being told the truth. And I believed that there was no sign of any sexual violence when I provided that character reference. I deeply, deeply regret and apologize, mainly to the survivor in this case. And I think it's important that the council know that I have written to the survivor in this case to express my apologies and my support for her, but also to outline the reasons and why I provided that reference. Because I have no doubt that my actions by providing that reference caused extra undue hurt to her and her family. I think it's important to acknowledge the courage and the bravery of the survivor in this case for coming out and seeking justice. I openly hold my hands up and acknowledge that I made a huge, huge mistake. And the anger that people have expressed, that they have heard over this last number of days, is not lost on me one single bit. This has been the hardest time of my life. I have tried over recent days to put this in some way and the perspective. And the fact remains that I made a mistake. I was lied to, I was misled, and I did not believe that there was any form of sexual violence involved in this case. Had I had any inkling at all that there was, I would not have provided that reference. I have tried over 11 years to represent the people of my community to the best of my ability. And at the moment, there's a proposal or there's a suggestion that I should resign. I think where I'm at the moment is I want to correct this mistake. I want to show my remorse. I want to, if in any way that I can, support the victim in this and all victims of sexual violence or any type of violence against women and girls. Over this last number of days, I have considered my position countless times, but I genuinely believe that if something breaks, you don't replace it right away. You try and fix it. And I am determined to try and do that, to support women and girls, to support the proposals that you have put in front of us today, Madam Mayor, but also to try and help men understand the impact that their actions can have. May it be, as people have talked about, jokes in the WhatsApp groups or jokes in the bar or providing character references. I believe that through this experience that I might, just might, be able to provide some insight for men in that role. Madam Mayor, councillors, the last number of days have been extremely difficult for me, mainly because I know my actions will have caused undue hurt to the survivor in this case. At the moment, I am no longer, unfortunately, an SDLP councillor, and making the decision to step away from the SDLP has broken my heart even further. People in that chamber will know my long association with that party, and the fact that I am no longer a member and I'm now speaking to you as a so-called independent councillor is not somewhere where I ever wished to be. But the future for me at the moment has got three main roads. The first one is trying my hardest every day to undo the added hurt that I have caused by being misled and providing that character reference. And by saying that, that's not an excuse. People have said there's no excuse, and they're right, there is no excuse. I should have checked. I should have checked, but I took my constituent at face value, and that's where I believe that I was wrong. And I should have checked. I accept that 1,000,000%. The second road is to make sure that I get myself back to a place in terms of my own health, of sanity. This has been incredibly hard for me and for my family. And the third road is that I want to make sure that my family, my wife, children, mother and father, deal with this in the appropriate way. As Councillor Cusack has said, and others have said as well, I'm a father of a 13-year-old girl. I'm the uncle of a 15-year-old girl. I'm the husband of a wife, the brother of 2 sisters, and the mother of a son. I don't want, and I do not support in any way anyone who would be involved in this type of crime or any type of crime that causes violence against a woman or a girl. And I want that to be clear. So the proposal that I should resign, I believe, hasn't got a seconder. At this stage, my focus, whether that's as an SDLP councillor, whether that's as an independent councillor, whether that's as a councillor at all, is trying to correct the mistakes that I have made. And I will continue to do that regardless of what role I hold in public life or in private life. And I think that that's, for me, the most important thing. And once again, Madam Mayor, I send my apologies to all of my colleagues across the chamber, but particularly to my colleagues within the SDLP, who I know that I have badly let down by this mistake. And I assure each and every one of you that I will do everything I can to correct it. And at the moment, I want to again send my apologies to the victim in this case and to every other victim of any type of violence towards women and girls for any added undue hurt that I have caused. I have apologized publicly, and I will now begin working publicly to try and correct the mistakes that I have made. And I ask people to give me the opportunity to do that. I have reached out to women's groups over the weekend, Alliance for Choice being one of them, numerous times, to ask for a meeting, to allow me to explain my side of the story, and then people can make up their mind on this, on how this happened. I have no issue whatsoever in providing a timeline of events in terms of my withdrawal, of my providing of this reference, my knowledge of when I became aware of the charges, and my withdrawal of that reference. And I hope that the groups who clearly are working very, very hard to address this issue are open to having that frank discussion with me and allowing me the opportunity to correct these mistakes. But for now, I am not making a decision on what my future looks like. I'm making a decision that I am going to try to fix this and then I will see where things are at then. But at the minute, Madam Mayor and councillors, my focus is on correcting the mistake that I have made, and I again apologise to you all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I have Councillor Grace O'Neill.
Thanks for letting me in. Listen, I'm sure this is extremely humbling for Councillor Tierney for this to have happened to him. And we're all learning what a huge mistake this can be. But at the end of the day, this is a job. We're all here as councillors doing a job. And if we were in a company and we made a grievous error like that, where we forgot about our due diligence, we would be pulled in front of HR and we would be dismissed, okay? So at the end of the day, this is a job, and I just can't see past that, this idea that, you know, you can build yourself back up and regain confidence in people. If this was a company, a private company, it wouldn't be going any further. I totally agree with the, you know, the anger that has just came from the gallery. You know, there's a lot of male camaraderie happening in this room, and there's a lot of people giving character references, and that's fine, giving a character reference, but that does not mean that you are fit to do your job based on the fact that you did not complete your due diligence.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I will respond to that, because what Councillor Tierney has done is what we will all do in our jobs to try when you are given a warning. I understand that he made a gross mistake, and no one is excusing what he has done. It is up to Councillor Tierney to decide what he wants to do. And we have all agreed here, we are not going to ask him to resign. It is up to him to make that decision. But what we know, we are all human beings, we make mistakes. He has laid down his case right now. It's up to us to believe it or not. But I think that is his point. If he wants to resign, it is up to him. It's not up to us to ask him to do that. Thank you, members. Councillor, sorry? Yeah.
I completely understand that. This is not a decision to be made in this chamber. What the point I'm making is that if this was a general HR decision in a private company, there wouldn't be, you know, this wouldn't be happening. And I completely agree that it's not our decision to make, but at the end of the day, this is something that is massively in the public realm at the minute, something that needs to be discussed. And all of these character references that are happening within this council, I don't agree with. You're putting a motion in front of everybody today about zero tolerance. Zero tolerance means zero tolerance. If you make a mistake, if you were in a company where there was zero tolerance and you made a mistake, would they say, oh, that's okay, you've just made a mistake? Or would they say, sorry, we have a zero tolerance policy to that? So I'm just struggling with the conflict in the room here between the motion that's on the screen and the discussion that's happening around the table.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Riley.
Thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in, and thanks. I listened intently to all the comments from across the chamber and indeed the public gallery for the last hour. And I think the comments online from Councillor Tierney, you know, show where he's at in relation to the remorsefulness that he feels and the difficulties that it has been, but also the efforts that he has made to reach out to victims and women's groups to set the record right. Mayor, we're debating what's on the screen. That's what we should be debating. That's the motion that's before us, and it's the runoff of the proposal that didn't get seconded that we spent the last half hour or more talking around. In respect of the motion that's on the screen, and as a man and a councillor, but as a man who was at the public meeting
on Monday, and I'm conscious that at that public meeting, women were standing there asking men to speak up and to get involved in this issue. And that's why I think it is, as has already been documented, credit has to go to Councillor Farrell, who spoke at that public meeting about his own personal experience. But I do think that that more men need to speak on these issues, and that's why I put my hand up to speak on this debate this afternoon. What is on the screen now has, as Catherine, my party colleague, has indicated that the party is supportive of, and the majority of what was circulated last night to the elected members ahead of tonight's meeting would also have been supported by our party. And I think that that's where we need to get to in relation to delivering on the objectives of tackling violence against women and girls. And it's not only this council that needs to take a step forward on this. It is other statutory bodies. That's why at the PCSP meeting earlier in the week, we had conversations around all of this. We know from the public meeting, the Executive Office, the Assembly has a huge role to play in this. The Department of Justice, who weren't at the public meeting, unfortunately, have a huge role to play in this. So I think what we need to do, I think, is support the motion on the screen and work together collectively, not just in this chamber, but through this chamber with other statutory bodies and agencies to deliver on building a society where all women and all girls feel safe. And the critical thing in that is feeling safe. There needs to be a situation where women and girls can go about our streets, walk on our public paths without the fear of attack. So, Mayor, that's why I felt as a man I needed to speak in support of the objections, the objectives that are on the screen in front of us this afternoon. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Donnelly.
Good Chair, look, I don't even this, but some people and parties need to be very careful about references and senior members of the party. But the point that I want to make, Mayor, is that this council organised a good relations event with young people throughout the city and district. It was a mixture of both male and female, what would be traditionally termed cross-community, Catholic, Protestant, Unionist, Nationalist, whatever label that people want to put on it. And under them young people, there was a number of diverse topics and questions, and they got an opportunity to vote. And a number of the questions were, do men speak up enough? And 92, nearly 93% of them young people said no, they don't. They were asked, do you feel safe in your area? And 65% says no, they don't. They were then asked, is politics sexist? And 83% said yes. 77% says they were angry about recent violence against women. When it came to the police, they were asked, do the police do enough? And 84% says no. They were asked, do they trust the police? And 84% said no. This wasn't an event that was organised by an individual or a political organisation. This was an event that was organised by this council. I didn't attend the meeting, Mayor, that you organised. The police, the PSNI were at that meeting. I have a policy of not engaging. Is there a policing issue here? Of course there's a policing issue here, but we have a police force that, and we've seen recent whistleblowers that said that, you know, that they're racist, misogynist, and all of that. And I just hope that people who are endorsing this are going to deal with them issues, and they should do well to listen to that group of young people who are cross-community. It's not me and my spouting propaganda. The results is there. If anybody wants them, they can get them from a council officer. There's a serious issue, and I do believe that them issues need tackled rather than, you know, we can be as aspirational as we want, but sometimes we have to get down into where the problem is. And I think that it isn't first and foremost a policing issue. There is an aspect that a big aspect, but this is about education. This is about culture, and it needs to be eradicated. I just thought that I needed to put that on record here. And thanks for allowing me in again.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Jackson.
Point of order.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken in this debate yet. and thereby by standing orders, I can ask that a vote be now taken because we've moved away from the motion as Councillor Leonard has referred to there.
I will allow that. Then we move to the vote. I will have to allow it. It's a point of order raised under standing orders.
I'm really disappointed in your own, I respect it, but given given that this we're voting on a zero tolerance approach, the fact that you're silencing people.
No, I'm not silencing. I am allowing a vote on a standing order. There's a point of order that has been raised and I have to get an agreement, so I cannot ignore. I am allowing an agreement from the floor to vote on the standing order. Councillor Jackson.
I'm voting on a standing order where
Sure. Let me bring in Philip here to explain.
Sorry, I'm just looking for the exact standing order that Councillor Hussey had brought his proposal under, but I think the ruling of the chair, as I understand it, is that when Councillor Hussey has requested that this proposal be put to the vote, his proposal that this proposal be put to vote has to be unanimously accepted by the floor, and it's that the chair is asking for the members to take a vote on.
Agreed. So I am allowing members to vote on Alderman House's proposal to go to the vote. Show of hands? Is it easier for a show of hands? Yeah?
Point of clarity, Mayor, are there still people who wish to speak? Right, okay.
That haven't spoken?
I do not want to silence anybody, but we have procedure here, so we just have to follow procedure. So show of hands, please. To go to the vote.
The question being put in pursuant to standing order 17.
The proposal is that the proposal be now put pursuant to standing orders.
Okay, members, so the proposal is now being put under the standing order. What's the standing order? Please remind me that.
There, so the proposal before the floor is that the question be now put pursuant to standing order 17.4.
With a show of hands, those who are voting for the proposal? Online, would you just put yes or no? Or for or against?
Mayor, I have an obvious conflict of interest here, so will not be voting. But preferably, this is a hugely important issue, and I think that it's important that people have an opportunity to speak.
Alderman Guy?
Is there many still wish to speak? I know that, but I think it was because we were starting to go over all our members again. Do you know what I mean? So if everybody wants to speak and wants to speak,
Alderman Guy.
but we were starting to.
According to the procedures, we cannot debate this. We just need to vote, proceed. So there is one person on the floor who is looking to come back and speak. And I want to allow it, but there is a proposal on the table right now to vote on the standing order. So I think we should vote on that and then we move forward.
Can I just clarify? We're voting on the right to vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Either to move forward to vote on the motion or
allow people to speak.
Allow people to speak, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we want to allow people to speak, it's a no.
Yeah, we just vote for.
That's grand. Just needed that clarity.
Okay.
So for means you're going straight to vote.
Okay, so for clarity, for means we are going straight to the vote. Against means we are allowing people to speak.
Should you take the vote?
They're walking out.
Yeah, still have to take the vote.
We still have to take the vote, members.
Go ahead.
Members, can we take a vote? We still have to go ahead. For those members who are here, can we take a vote?
On behalf of the SLP, we're voting against the proposal. It needs to be unanimous, so people can speak if they want to come back.
Yeah.
If that's the case, that we know that there are some who are voting against it, I would draw the motion.
We withdraw the motion. Thank you, Alderman Jose. Councillor McDade.
Can I just come back and now to speak about the motion? Have we passed that piece? So I suppose similar to what I think everyone was going to say is the motion here is about what's on the screen. We've veered off. I'm glad that Brian has had an opportunity to say what he wanted to say and what he needed to say. You know, in my opinion, I wanted this to come out. But where is this, the victims here? Where is the actual what we're talking about? We're supposed to be talking about violence against women and girls. I actually agree with what Grace has said. We're sitting here giving character references now to talk about how we shouldn't be giving character reference. It's gone too far. We need to go back to what we're talking about, which is violence against women and girls, which is about this motion. So we need to stick to that now. I think that everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Again, I really appreciate that what Brian has said, and I've openly, publicly said it before this meeting. I spoke with Brian, got his side of the story and was content with that. And I think we just need to move on now and focus on what's important. And it's women, it's girls, and it's victims and survivors of violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. Just based solely on your motion, just to say thanks very much for bringing it. More than happy to support, and we'll be more than happy to be involved in all the discussions going forward to make sure that the city and district that we all live in, where we're from, where we're born, will hopefully then become a zero tolerance violence against women and girls. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Okay, members, now we go to the vote of the motion on the floor. Those who are voting, we have to take a vote because there is hybrid. Members online, we are now voting on the motion on the floor.
Mayor, sorry to just shout out, are we voting verbally or are you asking us to write it?
Yeah, we've moved on now. We are now voting on the motion.
Yeah, that's not what I was asking. Are we voting verbally or do you want us to write it in?
John will take a vote.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We're not.
Mayor, sorry, can I just ask if they're leaving the meeting? Are we still quorum? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, members, we'll go to our recorded vote now.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Cook.
John, I'm sorry, I'm so confused. So I'm voting for the the violence against women and girls motion now that's in front of us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then we're for. Yeah.
That's 4, yes. Yes. Alderman Guy. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Carrigan.
For, John.
Alderman McMorris.
For.
Alderman Middleton.
For, John.
Alderman Montgomery.
For.
Alderman Wilkinson.
For, John.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Lillian Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor Boggs is not in the chamber. Councillor Boyle. Thank you.
Why can't you give the second one?
Sorry, has someone got their mic on somewhere? No. Councillor Clark? No. Councillor Cusick?
Or
Councillor Deeney? Councillor Devine? Councillor Donnelly? Councillor Alex Duffy? Councillor Sandra Duffy? Councillor Farrell? Councillor Farrell? Councillor Fleming? Councillor Gallagher?
For.
Councillor Harkin? Councillor Hart? Councillor Haney? Councillor Hutton? Councillor Jackson? Councillor Leonard? Councillor Logue? Councillor McDaid? Councillor McGinley? Councillor McHugh? Councillor Mooney? Councillor Murphy? Councillor O'Farrell? Councillor Riley?
Or
Councillor Tierney?
For.
Councillor Neelis? Thank you, members.
For Farrell.
Councillor Farrell.
Please.
Okay. Mayor, I have recorded 21 votes for, no abstentions and no one against, so the notice of motion passes.
Thank you, members. So the motion passed. Thank you, everyone who has spoken. It's been a very long discussion. I really did not want to stop anybody from speaking. Thank you for sharing your views and for unanimously supporting my motion. I think on the night, members, we were reminded that it takes every single one of us to tackle violence against women. We have a chance, all of us now, to step up and do the right thing. So thank you all for supporting this motion. I have, let me just look for my other
Mayor,
list.
could I request a 5-minute recess, please?
Yes, let's do that. 5 minutes, recess. Members, can we just do 10 minutes, come back at 25 past? Yeah. Okay, members, let's get back to the room, please. Just to make sure that the online are still there. Yeah. Is Councillor McDade, it's your chance now for your chairperson's business.
Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me in on this. It's just to discuss nursery school places and primary one places. Obviously, the deadline was last week, and a number of people have been in contact about the lack of appropriate and accessible places within their own local area. Particularly, it's a challenge for working parents. One parent has got in touch to say that both teachers, so both need to be in school to teach at 8:45, and they can't, and they know, you know, that they're not going to get a place in the nursery school, even in the nursery school that they teach in, because of the high number of applications that go on every year. This is particularly difficult for children with additional needs. Statement process can't start until you're in nursery school. So even if a child has difficulties with transition, with changes, with adapting, that it's not even considered until they're in nursery school. I think it's really just, I wanted to highlight it. I wanted to highlight the challenges because as a working parent, I know myself, as a working parent, I paid for full-time childcare until my boys were going to nursery school. Then I had to continue to pay for full-time childcare because I had to get them dropped off by a childminder before they go to school because I had to be in work before the nursery school started. So I think it's just another challenge in regards to the lack of childcare support that we get as working parents. It's something that needs to be highlighted and something that I intend to highlight right to the Department of Education, because if a child is born, there should be funding put in place and followed through with that child, followed through their lifetime. There's no reason why a parent should be driving past their local primary or nursery school to take them to another one. It just doesn't make sense. It's not accessible, and I wanted to highlight it. And I'm sure other people have had the same concerns raised by their own constituents because of the time of year they're in. So I just want to take an opportunity to say it in the formal setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Alderman McMorris.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in, and thanks, Kevin, for bringing this up. It is something that is very prevalent to working parents when they can't get spaces within the nursery settings and P1. I know they have no obligation to teach them in nursery, they don't have to go, but, you know, we as a party have been very much vocal about getting childcare provision for mothers who work. Every child should have and be able to access that provision. But I just wanted to point out, Catherine, there's actually some schools who actually they set their own criteria for admissions, and there's a lot of schools who have parents that work in the school. They would get priority over the right. Okay, but no, totally support it, and it is something that's raised on a regular basis. With myself, I know one of the local primary schools in the Waterside was basically advocating for to get more full-time spaces within the nursery. And yeah, and I know it's a resourcing issue as well, but the more spaces that we can create in nursery profession, it allows the economic benefit for people to be able to go out and work. But thank you for bringing it up, Catherine. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman McMorris. Okay, I don't see anyone else indicating to speak on this issue. The next chairperson business that I have, the mover is not in the room, so I will move on to open for decision, which is item 6.
Can I just raise something very quickly? And it's just because I'm surprised that nobody else has raised it. Maybe they're not in the chamber. Obviously, given what's occurred over the weekend since Friday, I think it's very, very important and very pertinent that we thank and recognise council staff who have worked tirelessly. And when I say tirelessly, literally tirelessly throughout the night, keeping us informed, people on the ground, through emails, the marketing team, every single department. There's people there, all hands on deck. And say they kept us informed. Some of us may have been sitting at home. Some of us might have been out helping, depending on our situation. They also did this while they were possibly suffering and maybe without electric power or support or having families to look after. So I think that should be recognised in some way, whether it be, you know, giving them extra time off or whatever remuneration. But a huge thank you to them, because we couldn't have done our job without them doing theirs, and also extend that to other departments outside of the council who are still working and still on the ground and putting in every effort to try and bring it back a bit of normality and safety to everybody in this city and district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. I had an item on the business, chairperson's business, but the mover is not in. But thank you for that. Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Cusack for ensuring that that did get discussed today. I do think it is worthwhile. And at yesterday's PCSP meeting as chair, I did make these points as well, but to do it here publicly, I think it's important just to put on record our thanks to, first of all, our own council staff right across the city and district who kept us informed, and indeed in our community centres kept us connected, charged, and give people a place to come together as a community. So I think all of that is to be documented in a good way. Also the statutory agencies, so many of them, the emergency services, people working in NIE and another directors trying to ensure that we get the remnants of the storm dealt with and people back into their homes connected as soon as possible. In relation to Councillor Cusack's comments about a civic way of responding to this and encouraging people to feel thanked and to be thanked. It's some time ago, Mayor, but in the year that I was Mayor, I did something like that. I organised an event for, at that stage, it was off the back of a bad winter to do with snow, and the DFI operators, the people who drive the grit lorries and all of that were invited in for Mayor's reception, and maybe something that when the storm has passed and all of the people are reconnected again, in due course, maybe it's something that you and your officer team can think about how we can appropriately thank our council staff and the wider statutory agencies and the community volunteers who have ensured that people are not as badly affected as may have been the case with the bad weather. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. We will certainly discuss with my team about a reception for all our council workers. Councillor Barr?
Thank you very much, Mayor, for allowing me in just to concur with the previous speakers, but also to put on record my thanks to all the NIE staff, those that manage the phones, those that are on the ground, also to the Department for Infrastructure for their work in removing thousands of trees that fell across our road network, making sure that people were safe going to and from the work, to obviously our council staff here, right from John Kelby right down, for all their work and their efforts of keeping us up to date, for opening up the leisure centres to make sure that people weren't had no heat, charging supplies that they can come into the leisure centres to do that. Also to the community centres throughout our district, to thank them and the leaders of each community for opening up their community centres, and also to the general public just for stepping out and helping those in need, neighbours and stuff. Now we also all know that NIE are still working as a rural council, and we as rural councils will know more than others that it's harder to reconnect the rural areas, and that's why it's the rural areas that are still affected. And hopefully sooner rather than later, the full country will be back up and running with full electric. And just before I finish up, Mayor, to thank our healthcare staff also. I know a lot of friends and family members who are nurses and doctors, and they had to stay over at Altnagavin Hospital the night of the storm so that they could be there to care for patients the next morning so they didn't have to travel in bad circumstances. And finally, Mayor, just to offer my condolences to the family and friends of Casper Dudek from Lifford, who sadly lost his life on the Letterkenny Road on Friday morning due to the storm. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Mooney?
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I think everybody said anything, but just to thank council officers who I engaged with on Friday all day, and of their assistance, and most notably from the E&R section, Conor Cannon and Seamus Gradden, who were excellent help to me on Friday, but also the members of the public who were sending me in information as well, so that I could sort of post. You know, at one point I thought it was no competition with Alderman Guy because he was posting and I was posting and trees were falling and everything else, but but they say the members of the public who were visiting, because without them, you know, we couldn't have obviously put up those information and points of information as well. So thank you to the members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Alderman McMorris.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. And can I also associate with all the comments that's been made and put on record our thanks to all the council officers and the statutory agencies for the work they did during the storm. I know, I suppose, like, we should probably mention Anne Gallagher, the resilience officer, who without her work and the preparation for things like this, you know, it probably wouldn't have went as smooth as it did. Do you know what I mean? So, and I know Julie was on the phone constantly to her, and she updated her on a regular basis throughout the day. And Julie actually commented when we were speaking previously that she had rang her and it was well outside office hours, and she left the phone to answer to her. Is that my hearing aid? And, you know, we have to commend these people, do you know what I mean? Because in circumstances, I guess, it's then that we... Sorry about the technical issues here. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, it's circumstances like this here that it's highlighted just the good job that our council officers do, and certainly, you know, that made a very difficult situation a lot easier. And I suppose we have to thank, as Councillor Barr said, the health staff too. Sometimes people go unrecognised, you know what I mean, because we don't automatically associate them with the frontline services and these kind of critical moments. But yeah, me and the DUP certainly, you know, concur with everything that was said. And as I say, our thanks and our gratitude goes to all the officers and the community centres and all the staff that came in to check the buildings and making sure they were safe in order to allow it to be opened back up to the public. And also, you know, just welcoming people in to give them a warm space, cup of tea, a shower. That's all things that really, really are important to people, you know, in times of need. I know, like, people with young babies weren't able to boil kettles to make bottles and different things, you know. So there's a whole group effort that that needs called out, and it's a good idea about the reception too, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McMorris. Alderman Husse.
Thank you, Mayor. Like others, just to endorse all of those remarks, big thanks to our council staff and to officers. Big thanks to our council officers, and maybe the chief executive can give us an update on how the whole emergency planning scenario worked out for ourselves in Derry City and Strabane District Council area, if not now, at a future meeting. And I'm sure there will be an analysis of the response. And I think we all realise it was an unprecedented scenario that we faced. I know in my own area it is an ongoing situation. We have a considerable number, particularly without power, some without water, along my own road. I've only recently been restored myself. I'm also aware of the major difficulties that occurred because of lack of connectivity and being able to use your phone and contact people and people to contact you, etc. But we're mainly on the other side of it. Myself and Councillor Devine, and I think Councillor McHugh as well, we did get the opportunity to meet with NIE, representatives of Derrick Valley Leisure Centre. I don't know who set that up, whether it was Council set it up or NIE requested, but we found it extremely useful to have NIE staff close to the source of what we're trying to deal with, and I'm thankful to NIE for that. One of the issues that I noticed arising with NIE was with particular regard to critical care customers. And NIE themselves have highlighted they do not have the sufficient generators for the number who are on their critical care list. But again, the extent of the emergency that they faced just meant that they hadn't enough to support all of those in critical care. It's something that I hope NIE will be looking at. It's something that in our engagement going forward with regard to emergency response that I hope our officers will bring to the agencies. And it's a particular concern for those in isolated rural areas who are on the critical care list. I don't mean to minimise those who are on the critical care list who may be within an urban setting. But if somebody is in an isolated scenario, it can be more traumatic for those particular individuals. I know one issue that has been highlighted to some of us is the debris that has been created and the collection of that debris, which falls outside of the remit of bulk waste collection. In some cases, I know of one case where there's a garden shed and somebody's wrecked in somebody's garden, but they don't know where the garden shed came from. So there's that sort of scenario, and I'm wondering, is there any way that our refuse collection services can assist those who find that they have a large amount of debris because of the storm, and some of it, in many cases, not their own debris, which is collected. There is also debris which is lying about in various public spaces, roadways, etc. That needs to be gathered up, and where does that responsibility lie going forward? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Jose.
Through you, Mayor. Maybe don't want to get into a big discussion around some of those issues at the minute, but certainly debris in public spaces, we're either A, working to clean it up ourselves, or B, liaising with relevant agencies. I think once it's a matter on private property, we always endeavour to assist where we can. I think we'll just look at each individual case and see there's issues to do with insurance, there's issues to do with private trespass, all of those things. So couldn't give a blanket answer in that, but we're certainly willing to assist where we can or point to someone who can.
Thank you, Alderman Jose. I have Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in, and thank you to Councillor Cusack for making sure that we properly acknowledged the efforts of council staff and all emergency workers, all frontline staff, healthcare workers that kept vital services going and kept people safe during the storm. I think that, people sacrificed a lot to do that. It was fantastic and very useful to get the constant updates through the council social media platforms and emails, so we could then share them with residents and people who were looking for help and trying to figure out where they could go for help. So look, it's a brilliant effort, and it really shows you how people can kind of pull together, and the important role of government in terms of coordination when there is an event like we've seen. And obviously the electricity has not been fully fixed yet, and that just tells us the scale of the problem and the scale of the challenge. Same with many of the trees that are lying on the roads. And I think it's important that we acknowledge council staff and that we acknowledge all the workers that stayed on the job or were on the job while there was a storm raging and most people were at home. And if there's a way that we can actually properly celebrate them, because I think people have got wise to platitudes, to be quite honest, through the pandemic and the cost of living crisis. I think people want to see improvements in their terms and conditions. They want to see proper funding for the services, and they want to see improvements in their pay packet. And I think that that's where it matters in terms of our public acknowledgement when we actually provide and fund what they do properly. And we are not doing that right now. Many of the jobs that were key over the weekend are actually completely devalued. And I think that is the problem. And it's only really in a crisis like this that you actually see the importance of what working class people do. And look, we're told that people like Elon Musk and his other billionaire mates are all the heroes of society. It's absolute nonsense. We wouldn't be any worse off if we woke up tomorrow and none of those people existed. So what we actually need to do is take the billions that they have accrued through their parasitical activities, take it off them, and put that money into the pockets of the people who actually keep us safe and keep services going on a day-to-day way and not just during a crisis. So I think that I'm glad Councillor Cusack has raised this, but that's, a crisis like this also demonstrates who's important to society, who keeps the wheels turning, and if people stop doing their jobs, we wouldn't be able to function. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Carrigan online.
Mayor, thank you for allowing me, and I do concur with a lot of the comments that have already been stated there by members in regards to the work that council officers put in and the council team, and again in the clear up and the red up there, and again, highly commend the work that's taken place by the NIE staff, as well as that, and the NI Water staff, and the BT Openreach staff, and the contractors that are brought in with those individuals. I mean, I know speaking to NI Water personnel who were out after 8 o'clock at night, and they'd been on the go from 6 that morning and were drafted in at 6 the next morning again. I'm still part of this. I think it's about 23,000 that still don't have electricity now, so we're on day 6 there. But there are still many others, and I do fear that it will be slightly slow, because a lot of the connections now that still have to be restored are a single dwelling or a few dwellings left. So on a line, so it will be it's the larger numbers getting on will be slightly more difficult. But it's the aspect, of course, is the clear up, and as Alderman Hussey had said, and Alderman McMorris, the difficulty of the amount of individuals and pensioners there, and those with complex medical needs that couldn't get that capacity to get heat on in their homes. I mean, when you lost the electric is one thing, but then when you lose the mains water coming in as well, you can't even keep your fire going effectively then, because you'll end up wrecking your system then in regards to even keeping the warm tap on to relieve a bit of pressure. So there's that ongoing knock effect of it. Of course, then phone lines are lost, and on from that, then the complete loss of effectively any mobile connection and signal and mobile data, which was another difficulty. So I do see the positives then, and the continually sharing the information which council officers are doing, but I like others didn't get the emails, because I had no email connection, and didn't get the the updates there. So I know it is sharing, and ones would have said, by the time I seen your emails, or by the time I seen your post there, if you're able to get it, I'd already got restored. And it's how maybe we think maybe if there's another way that we can try. And I'm not downplaying what was done, but I'm just wondering if there's another way of getting it, because again, I commend the staff at the leisure centre in Castleberg for the work that was done, and it was being used, but it's how that word was able to get out to the wider area, and particularly the rural area up into Ahiarn and out to the Mega and far and wide, in regards to the facility was there, because there was that complete lack of connectivity. And I'm not just sure how best we can address that, because oftentimes when people had heard about it, they'd already got a level of buy, they got their water back again, or they got their power. But definitely, it is very much. I mean, it was a red weather warning. It was an unusual event, and again, it caused massive devastation. But as I say, I do thank the council officers, and again thank the workers that are continuing and still out on the road and trying to get people restored, be that their telephone lines, their electric, and most importantly, and their water as well. But just there are a few things there to try and consider as to have we other ways that we can try and get our message out in regard to what we're doing, because as I say, oftentimes those messages have been relayed, the people just didn't know them, couldn't see that information until they restored connectivity themselves. So they miss out on the facilities that we are providing as a council. So just comment, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Carrigan. Okay, members, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor, and I of course agree with all of the previous comments from members. I mean, people worked extremely hard through what was a very unusual, unprecedented weather event right across this island, and I think it's fair that we all do actually reflect on that and give our thanks to all of the people that have been thanked. But I also want to add another group of people who may sometimes actually get overlooked, and these are a group of staff who actually work with an organisation very closely associated to this council, and that's the staff at the City of Derry Airport, who were also on duty. They didn't know if planes were going to be landing or taking off. On one occasion, they had to deal with a plane full of passengers who couldn't leave City of Derry Airport, people who were disappointed, and all of that. So I think it's important as well that we thank them as a member of the airport board. I think it's important that we reflect on the fact that they travelled to work in difficult conditions, and they were there to service the passengers and customers of City of Derry Airport. And I think they deserve commendation for that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Jackson.
Mayor, I'm not on to speak on this subject. I want to comment on what happened in the earlier part of this meeting. And I'm speaking on behalf of our team. There is disgust in how the earlier part of this meeting had been hijacked by Councillor Tierney, and there was a political alliance set up to give character references to him, and it completely distracted away from the thrust of the main issue that we were here to discuss. The proposal that you yourself, Mayor, tabled to discuss for us to have a collective stance for a zero tolerance approach to violence against women and girls. It's extremely disappointing that there was members of our team felt sick to their stomachs, felt disgusted, felt really uncomfortable, that Brian Tierney tried to portray himself as a victim throughout all of this, and that was backed up by his political friends. And regardless of how nice of a person Brian Tierney is, how nice of a person and how good of a friend or how close relationship some people may have with him on here, the message around violence against women and a zero tolerance approach was completely lost. That has left a lot of people extremely uncomfortable within our team, and they felt that they weren't able to continue in this meeting. The fact that you yourself, Mayor, and others within the chamber, the wee cosy alliance that has been established, continued with the meeting and ignored the concerns that were raised is extremely concerning. Mayor, I am going to propose that this meeting is adjourned until tomorrow. They allow people to have conversations, allow people to come to terms and reflect on what's been said, but and allow people to regather their thoughts. Because I know this morning, or earlier on in the meeting, it's took a toll on some people. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of anger outside of this chamber. There's a lot of anger within our team around how some people have conducted themselves in this meeting. So I am proposing that the meeting is adjourned and we reconvene tomorrow. Thanks, Mayor.
First of all, I need to take a second for the, thank you.
I'll second that proposal.
Okay, Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in, and I would have been happy to second that proposal. I think what you've raised is very, very serious, Councillor Jackson, and it's concerning that so many members of the Sinn Féin team felt unable to continue the meeting. It wasn't clear to us or me why the Sinn Féin team walked out. There was an assumption that maybe it was because of the speakers, and we try to get clarification on that. So I appreciate that you've come back now to let us know, and I support the idea that we should suspend the meeting, adjourn the meeting, and come back tomorrow.
Councillor McDade.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to agree with Sean. We didn't realise what was going on, to be honest with you. I can understand why people feel uncomfortable, because I said myself, we're going off subject here. And after he's left, that was my point. This shouldn't have been a character reference for Brian. This was about the proposal in front of us. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't think there should be any, I would be happy to adjourn until tomorrow. I think people need to be given an opportunity to sit with this, and we want everyone to work together on it. So thank you.
Did I see Alderman Jose hands up? Did I see your hands up? Did I see your hand up? Yep. Go ahead.
Sure. And welcome, Councillor Jackson, back. And can I assure him that the proposal to move to the motion was actually, in line with a request from his own party colleague, Councillor Leonard, who was concerned that we were moving away from the motion. And I have no problem with an adjournment.
Thank you, Alderman Jose. Councillor Barr?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I'd just like to say I resent the fact that I've been included and I've been accused of giving Councillor Tierney a character reference. First of all, I don't know Councillor Tierney well enough to give him a character reference. My family know more than most how violence against women can affect a family, and I also realise that there's a human side to every story, and that is the only basis for my comments today. I certainly wasn't giving Councillor Tierney a character reference.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. I do not see anybody else indicating to speak. Can I ask that it's unanimous? We adjourn the meeting. Councillor Donnelly?
Mayor, like Councillor Barr, I hope Councillor Jackson wasn't referring to me as part of being some type of cosy alliance, because there is none. What I said was heartfelt, and I meant it, every single word. And I'll be straight. You waltzed out of here after one of your party colleagues gave us a lecture about it's a job in HR and all of that. You waltz back in, you take over the meeting, and you make a proposal. Now, I wasn't going to vote to stop anybody speaking, and I would rather that you were in here. But you're not the victims in this. And there's an element of what you're saying as if you're some type of victims. It was a debate, it was an open discussion, and everybody should have their say. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cusack?
Just with regard to that, we seem to be overlooking one very, very important element of all this on everybody's side of this debate. There's people at the heart of it. There's the victim, and there's somebody who did something really wrong, possibly unforgivable. But the one thing I heard in Brian's testimony and apology, mental health. We're supposed to be a council who is advocating mental health and protecting people's mental health. So we need to think about that in all aspects. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Members, I think we agree. Oh, Councillor Barr.
Just to be on the record, Mayor, I don't think the meeting should be adjourned. Sinn Féin made the decision to walk out, and I don't think it should be up to Sinn Féin to come back in and say that we adjourn the meeting. It's up to them if they want to walk out. I don't think the way this meeting's going that it will be finished today. So they have the opportunity to come back tomorrow and raise any issues. I think that we get through. The councillors that stayed on, the councillors that sat here, should have the opportunity to carry on with council business. And that's just my point. Thank you.
Members, am I hearing differing opinions here? Or is it unanimous we adjourn the meeting?
Voting against adjourn the meeting, Mayor.
I'm going to have to take a vote on this. A minute? Okay. 5 minutes recess, and then we take a vote. Is that all right? meeting, so I'm going to call for a vote.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I ask the question what just happened there in the last 10, 15 minutes? Because in my opinion, this is highly irregular. Can you at least give us an explanation? Because you didn't tell us you were adjourned or anything. Can you tell me what happened there, please?
A fellow councillor walked into the room and asked that we adjourn the meeting. I think, if I am not wrong with procedure, he got a seconder for the proposal and we have to vote on that proposal.
I get that, but I get what I don't get is the fact that you stopped the meeting and had a number of private discussions with amongst a lot of people in the room and left an element of the room, outside that. I think it's turned into a farce.
As I understand it, fellow councillors felt uncomfortable with the conversation that was going ahead in the chamber, that we moved away from the motion and started talking about character reference for our other councillor. So it's up to this chamber to make a decision on how we move forward. And because there is a proposal on the floor, we will need to vote on that proposal.
With all due respect, I get that. What I don't get is the procedures where you just abandoned your position at the top of that table, had a number of private conversations, didn't explain we're adjourning the meeting, whatever, and just had a number of conversations and then come back up. I want to know what happened. Did you adjourn the meeting? What did you do?
We had a 5 minutes recess to discuss, to allow members in this chamber to discuss about a proposal that was put on the floor. That's what happened. We adjourned for 5 minutes, it's gone to 10 minutes, to allow all members here to discuss and come into a position so we can vote.
Sorry, can I just,
Councillor,
can I confirm that I did ask for the 5 minutes, Gary, just so I could liaise with colleagues as well. So if that puts any context on it, so that's why the adjournment was called. But I'm not making any reference to private conversations or anything, that's a different matter, but I called for 5 minutes.
Explains some of it, the recess, but what I do find highly irregular is the fact that you've had a number of site meetings here with different groups.
Oh, yeah, that was just to consult because we had a 5 minutes recess.
You didn't consult everyone. You consulted initially Sinn Féin and then you consulted your party. You didn't consult.
Councillor Donnelly, I walked down to speak. I wasn't consulting with Sinn Féin. I went to speak to Christopher Jackson to address some of the issues that he raised when he made his proposal here. When every single member of the chamber were consulting about, which I believe was the proposal that was on the table. So my conversation with Christopher Jackson was about the walkout, wasn't about the proposal. All right. Councillor Boyle.
Yep, thanks. And look, I understand your intervention, Councillor Donnelly, I really do. I understand if there was a recess. I think it's important to recognise that whilst the Mayor has a role to play in this as the chairperson of the meeting, the Mayor is also a party colleague of mine, and we wanted to have our own conflab and come to a position in that. The Mayor, as a member of the SDLP grouping here, needs to have the opportunity when there's a recess to talk to your own colleagues to decide, for us to decide what our position is going to be. So I don't think it's unreasonable for the Mayor, who has her own single vote, to speak to her own party colleagues. And I would say that for any Mayor, irrespective of what political party they belong to, or if they're an independent member or whatever. So I think that's reasonable. That's a reasonable thing to allow for.
Okay, members, back to business. We have a proposal on the floor that we need to vote for, and I'm going to call John to take a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. Alderman Cook.
Against, John.
Alderman Guy. Alderman Hussey.
Abstain.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against, John.
Alderman McMorris.
Against.
Alderman Middleton.
Against.
Alderman Montgomery.
Against.
Alderman Wilkinson.
Against. John.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Lillian Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr,
Against.
Councillor Boggs, Councillor Boyle,
For.
Councillor Clark, Councillor Cusick,
Against.
Councillor Deeney, Councillor Devine, Councillor Donnelly,
Against.
Councillor Alex Duffy, Councillor Sandra Duffy, Councillor Farrell,
For.
Councillor Fleming,
Tam.
Councillor Gallagher,
Against.
Councillor Harkin,
For.
Councillor Hart, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Hutton, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Leonard, Councillor Logue, Councillor McDade, Councillor McGinley, Councillor McHugh, Councillor Mooney,
Reluctantly for.
Councillor Murphy, Councillor O'Farrell, Councillor Riley, Councillor Tierney, Councillor O'Neillis. Thank you, members. Mayor, I have recorded 9 for, 12 against and 1 abstention, so the proposal falls.
Okay, members, we proceed. The next agenda item is confirmation of the open minutes of the meeting of Derry City and Strabane District Council held on Wednesday, 18th December 2024, pages 7 to 20 for accuracy. Members who were at the meeting on the 18th of December 2024 for accuracy. Thank you, Alderman McMorris. Seconder, thank you, Alderman Montgomery. Any matters arising? Councillor McMorris.
Thank you, Mayor. And it was just regarding item C554/24. I'd asked a question about the XL bully dogs. About there was 19 registered, and there's only 6 applications that had applied for the exemption certificate. And I was just wondering, is there any update on that since the deadline has closed on the 31st of December?
Karen McFarland, can I bring you in for that?
Yes, there are. There's been a significant increase in the number who've come forward to be licensed. Get you the exact figures. So our team have been very active on the ground, and I think at this stage they are feeling that they have got pretty good coverage across the district, and they're looking at proposals to widen the discussions around other breeds of dog over the coming period of time. So happy to send you the statistics. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just one more question, Philip. It was regards to the land transfer at Lisnagavin Nursery School, just a wee bit of clarity on that.
Yep, so that related to the land that's currently occupied by the school. And it's just transferring that land to them permanently in that regard.
Is that complete now?
That's complete, yes, that completed on the 23rd of December.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any other matters arising? Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. It's C53324. And as members will remember, Councillor Murphy brought forward a motion calling on the new Irish government to move forward with the legislation on the Occupied Territories Bill. And I think that was overwhelmingly endorsed in the council. And there's been some developments now that members may be aware of. And I want to suggest that we write to the Irish government on these matters that are very immediate. The first thing is that the Irish government just announced that they're going to scrap the Occupied Territories Bill, which I believe is absolutely disgraceful. And they're saying they're going to write new legislation, but this seems to me to be completely unnecessary. Senator Francis Black spent years campaigning on this. We were told by the outgoing government that moving the Occupied Territories Bill forward as a piece of legislation would be a priority for them if re-elected. The minute they're re-elected, they discard it. And I think that this is a slap in the face to the senator, but also people north and south in this island who want to see the Israeli genocidal state sanctioned for what it has done. So I believe we should write to the Irish government, encouraging them not to drop this legislation, but to move it forward. The second thing that the Irish government have announced, which again has shocked people, is that they are going to legislate for the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance interpretation and definition of anti-Semitism. This is, again, a definition that equates anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, that equates anti-Semitism with opposition to the Israeli terror state, that equates anti-Semitism with ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, that equates anti-Semitism with opposition to genocide. It's actually disgraceful that the Irish government has said that this is going to be one of the first things that they move forward, and shows that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael and the independent group of rural TDs and others that are propping them up cannot be trusted. So I think as a council, these are two issues that we've discussed on here. I think we should write to the Irish government, calling them not to scrap the legislation and not to bring forward legislation that will give legitimacy to a dangerous definition of anti-Semitism that can lead to a crackdown on Palestine solidarity, that can lead people to lose their jobs, it can actually undercut the suffering of the Palestinian people, because that is what it's designed to do. So I'll send that short piece of text right now, Mayor, to Paula, if it's okay.
Councillor Mooney?
Mayor, just one question for Councillor Hargan, and forgive my just harassment, but is it Councillor Hargan's opinion that you think the new amended bill will be watered down? Is that what you're saying? Or have you had sight of? I haven't had sight of any of the details of it, but I'm sure it's only been announced. But is it your view that they're looking to water it down as they what in its current context is? Thank you.
Councillor Harkin, if you want to respond to that.
Well, in my opinion, it will absolutely be watered down, because I think that the Irish government are not good on their word about standing in solidarity with the Palestinian people. So if they are intending to bring in legislation that legitimises and endorses the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which will undermine Palestine solidarity in Ireland, but also globally, I would bet that their plans to change, to scrap the OTB legislation and bring in new legislation will weaken that legislation, because what the Irish government are clearly eager not to do is not to sanction Israel properly, even though they're committing genocide, because they do not want to challenge the White House. And we're going to see this again and again and again. And it's so disappointing, because, the claim of Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael going into this election, they got praise for even the basic things that they did in solidarity with Palestine, but that this completely undermines all that, and there is real anger and concern about this right across the island. So yes, I don't trust the Irish government in this. I think that they are trying to undo what has been done and what has been promised, and I think that nobody who is genuine about Palestine solidarity should believe them. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Councillor Minnie.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor McDade?
You, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Harkin. I'm happy to second the motion. I think scrapping the Occupied Territories Bill is just beyond beggars' belief. I mean, we've heard about it over and over and over again, and now they're just dropping it. It just doesn't make sense. And this notion about anti-Semitism being the same as anti-Zionism just drives me up the walls, and it's something you hear all the time. All people within this Palestine Solidarity movement want is people to stop being murdered. Do you know, people to be able to stay in their own land, in their own country with their families and not open up their blinds. If they still have a house, they have blinds in and see a bomb coming at them. The ICJ has confirmed that this is a genocide. The Israel state is openly committing genocide, and it's ethnic cleansing, full stop. There's no other question about it. So the Irish people have spoken and have marched in their thousands for well over a year. I'm going back even further on this, and the opinion is clear. So the government need to catch themselves on, to be honest with you. So we in the SLP will be very happy to support this motion. We need to do everything we can to stand with Palestine and stop anything that's going to be put in the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDade. Councillor Donnelly?
Good Chair. Content to endorse and support the motion here. Whatever need to be said has been said by the previous two speakers, and anybody who's interested in seeing what's going on, this has been televised almost live to the world. Zionism is completely different from Judaism, and an attempt to equate both is only to give cover to Zionism. So happy to support the proposal, and thanks to Councillor Harkin for bringing it here today.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. I do not see any other member indicating to speak, so should I assume this is unanimous? No? Okay, we'll call for a vote.
Thank you. Alderman Cook?
Against.
What's that?
Against.
Against. Alderman Guy? Alderman Hussey?
Abstain.
Alderman Carrigan?
Against, John.
Alderman McMorris?
Against.
Alderman Middleton?
Against.
Alderman Montgomery?
Abstain.
Alderman Wilkinson?
Against, John.
Councillor Jason Barr?
Or.
Councillor Lillian Barr?
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr? Councillor Boyle?
Or.
Councillor Cusack?
Or.
Councillor Devine? Sorry, Councillor Donnelly?
Or.
Councillor Farrell?
Or.
Councillor Gallagher?
Or.
Councillor Harkin?
Or.
Councillor McDade?
Or.
Councillor Minnie? Councillor Riley?
Or.
Members, have I missed anybody who may be online? Okay. Mayor, I've recorded 12 for, 5 against, 3 abstentions, so the proposal passes.
Thank you, John. Okay, we move on to the next agenda item, which is adoption. You have another issue? Okay.
It's C537/24, and at the previous full council meeting, I notified members that the Department for Communities had agreed belatedly to carry out a EQIA on their decision to remove the winter fuel payment, and that payment cut is causing a lot of hardship right across our communities right now. And this council criticised the executive for allowing the winter fuel payment to be cut without an equality impact assessment. And we agreed to support Unite in their efforts to challenge the British government through the courts on this decision. And it's now clear that Stormont's policy on this is a disaster. They agreed a £17 million mitigation, but none of that money has actually been distributed yet to the people who actually need it. So it appeared that there had been some help for people, but they haven't even distributed any of that money. And so nobody knows when they're going to get that help. So this is very frustrating. So I had suggested, Mayor, that that we as a council agree to submit do a submittance to the consultation that has been announced. And there's a second fuel poverty strategy consultation that's happening at the minute. And I think it's very important that our council give its views on the inequality surrounding fuel poverty, on the injustice of the winter fuel payment cut, and speak up for our residents and send a very clear message to the executive that they've got this absolutely wrong, and where we can give some guidance as well on how to reduce and ultimately do away with fuel poverty in our district and across the north. So I would like to propose that we agree that we will submit to the consultations, and that we have the anti-poverty working group meet to discuss the content of the how to respond to the consultation, and work with officers to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Councillor. Harkin, Councillor Barr, seconding. Thank you. Okay. Alderman McMorris.
Can I just say, I don't want to take away from the proposals put in front of us, but we had agreed that there was going to be no pop-up motions, and here we have two.
That's actually just a suggestion. It's not a motion, isn't it? It's just a suggestion. It's an action arising from minutes. It's not a pop-up motion. Thank you. It is a suggestion arising from minutes. And it was proposed. Moving on, adoption of the open minutes of the following committees. Monthly Governance and Strategic Planning Committee held on Tuesday, 7th January 2025, pages 21 to 36. Accuracy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any matters arising? Councillor Gallagher?
Mine's just more matters arising than seconded, but I am GSP 1225, and this came up with a committee, and then it was referred back into full committee, and the scheme of allowances. And Mayor, I would like to propose that this council move to update the scheme of allowances based on the circular LG 1524. As I spoke on this last year, possibly the year before, but when we look at Strabane and Derry, and Strabane and Derry and this local authority, it's the highest area of deprivation. It is in the north, and we can take it even further afield, and it still remains the highest. As a councillor for 10 years, 11 years, I've been campaigning on picket lines on all various avenues for around wage equality across the north, and there is a very big divide on east versus west. In Derry and Strabane, we are somewhere in the region between 10 and 20% lower paid than our counterparts in the East. And we can even look at areas like Lisburn and Castlereagh, who are 10% higher. And if we're campaigning, and on these papers today, this council has passed motions around wage disparity and trying to get equal pay. I believe that this equality falls again within the scheme of allowances. And Mayor, we've heard debates around voting for a pay rise. Do you see when we look at this circular says, and in the content of the circular, it says all determinations are made by the Department for Communities under Section 31 of the Local Government Finance Act 2011 and the Local Government Regulations Northern Ireland 2019. That's what is put before us. It's not us voting for pay rise that some may, and may use it for whatever reasons they want. But what I'm asking is that we share and proactively support equality across councillors. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking councillors here, online, or absent to support that. Because I don't think we're doing any workers any favour by reinforcing disparity. So I want to make that proposal on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, and it has been seconded by Alderman Guy. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Just to agree with what Councillor Gallagher has stated before me. I'm sure everybody, well, I don't know if everybody's, but I know there is a lot of people in agreement with him in this chamber. And he's quite right in saying this as an independent assessment of allowances. And it's probably, we have steered it in the right direction over the past couple of years, but there becomes a time whenever we have to make a move in that, because it can create issues with rates further down the field, as other councils have found out in the past. But at least we have, in the past, no, we haven't accepted anything that was, let's say, you know, a build-up of allowances or anything like that there. We put it into poverty schemes here in the city, which help people. So quite happy to second that.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, last year, the year before, the SDLP took up a position in relation to this, which was in consideration of the fact that many other workers at those times that we were making those decisions were on picket lines asking for fair pay for a fair day. Those circumstances, in our view, have now moved significantly on for those people. And quite a lot of what Councillor Gallagher has actually said outlines the reasons that we took up the position that we took at the Governance and Strategic Planning Committee meeting earlier in the month. And that is that there are people in this chamber who work very diligently for their constituents and for people right across city and district, whose only income actually is the members' allowance. We've come to that position basically because we don't think it appropriate actually that we should decide if somebody else does or does not get this uptake. And so, you know, on that basis and a number of other factors involved in this, not least what Councillor Gallagher has said, it's important that we actually introduce some degree of parity here. I would have liked to have heard from others. We did, of course, earlier want, and I don't want to keep going through the same stuff, but we did earlier have a vote here to suspend the meeting and come back tomorrow. We supported that. But this is democracy. We lost that vote, and the meeting carries on. So therefore, we want to express that, you know, we don't We don't like how this has to be done. We certainly don't want it and don't feel like we should be making a decision in relation to our own personal allowances. However, we've got to balance that against the fact that, you know, there's a cost of living crisis for everyone in society, and city and district councillors and aldermen are no different to that in terms of trying to combat and deal with that, Mayor. So the SDLP position on this is to support Councillor Gallagher's proposal on this particular occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, this is a very important issue, and I am very sympathetic to the issues that Councillor Gallagher raised. And I am also very sympathetic to members for whom the councillor pay is their only income. And I'm thinking about that. But a couple of things. One, I believe in the principle that, like, we shouldn't be voting on our own pay. And I think it's unfair because the vast majority of workers don't get to do that. And other people decide, and then they have to try and fight to improve that. And yes, there was a lot of picket lines over the last couple of years, but the pay of the vast majority of public sector workers or private sector workers or community sector workers is not going up. They are not really better off if you actually talk to them, because you look at rental costs, 10% every year. That's what we're being hit with, cost of food. So I think it's unfair that politicians get the vote to raise their own wages when others have to, bargain, fight, organise to be able to do that. And look, for this situation right now, I have no problem with Councillor Gallagher raising this, because for me, again, this goes back to Stormont. I mean, I read about the First Minister saying Stormont's great on delivery. I mean, we asked Stormont to take this out of our hands so that councillors here wouldn't be put in the position of voting for their own pay. And where is the action in that? So I would like to know, where is the action from the Stormont Executive on taking this out of council chambers and deciding it through another mechanism that it's actually fair for councillors and done in a way that will be fair to the ratepayer as well and to the general public. It is ridiculous that they know that this is a huge issue, and still we're sitting here today, voting on being forced to take a decision on our own pay. So look, I'm sympathetic to what people here are saying. I can't vote for the actual proposal. I am angry at the Stormont Executive for once again failing to follow through on something that we as a council and other councils asked them to do.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman Carrigan online.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for allowing me in. And I do have to concur in regards to a lot of what Councillor Gallagher has stated. This this should never have to come before the council. We should never be voting on this. And again, it is not set by us as a council. This has been a recommendation brought forward, and effectively this is a rubber stamping exercise in my eyes. It is a thing that we have still the 2019 rate of 15,071, and that rate has remained the same, and it has caused, as Councillor Gallagher referred to, it has caused a disparity across the councils. I mean, the Belfast City councillors, they have a figure of approximately 15.5. There are Lisburn Castlereagh councillors who I believe are sitting at the other closer to have the maximum the allowance already. So there is a disparity then across the councillors, that a councillor, that it means then that a councillor in Derry City and Estebandas, the council, is in receipt of a lower allowance and is not worth the same as a councillor in Lisburn Castlereagh or somewhere else. And again, so as I say, I do feel that in that regard, to bring all the councils to the same level, we should have that, and it should never come before the councillors, it should be set. As I say, it is set in the recommendation, but that recommendation should be put through by Stormont, and we should not have any say or whatsoever in regards to it. But as I say, in my eyes at this stage, all we are is accepting what has been recommended. And as I say, it is with reluctance that, and as I say, I don't sit content that we have to vote on this, but it is a recommendation by others. And as I say, it's not something that we are voting. We can't vote to give ourselves X, Y, and Z. There is parameter set, and that's the allowance. And as I say, all I minded is that we are deemed to accept the proposal, which has been brought forward, the recommendation in the papers, which has been set then by DFC. So as I say, all we're doing is accepting DFC's recommendation according to the papers that were brought forward. The scheme of allowance there is there in the GSP 12/2025. So as I say, I am minded that we would be leaning towards that proposal. But again, still to raise my continual just disappointment, frustration that this has to come before the council at all. And again, the frustration that there is then councillors on different allowances whenever we're all elected across the 11 councils across Northern Ireland to do the same job, and it should be set centrally, and it should not be within the remit of council at all. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Carrigan. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, and for me, this is an uncomfortable issue, but it's an important issue. Chair, I've stood in picket lines like many elected representatives in here, and we're campaigning for workers to get a proper wage, and that goes without saying. When you're standing on a picket line and you're getting a fraction, in many cases a fraction of you know, it puts in the context a lot of things. Everybody should have a proper wage, and for some people, as been outlined, this is their only source of income, and it could be for a family. There is many elected representatives who have a second job, or work in the party offices, or own a business, and that's they're entitled to do. But for those who don't, and if they're a dedicated elected representative, they wouldn't be getting anywhere near a minimum wage. Do the maths; it doesn't take a lot of effort, and I don't think that we should have to vote on a pay raise. But I also think that councillors shouldn't be allowed to vote against a pay rise for those who need it and require it. And I'm going to remain consistent on this. I don't think we should be voting, so I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a great deal of empathy with, in fact, everything that's being said. Particularly, Councillor Harkin has referred there to the fact that this shouldn't be coming onto our desk. And there is a report sitting with the Minister on the review of rules and responsibilities. Included within that is remuneration. It's been sitting for months on that Minister's desk, and he's doing nothing about it. And that's an absolute disgrace that the Minister is putting councillors in this situation. And I would appeal to those from that Minister's party to contact that Minister and say, would you please look and come through with whatever is going to be the outcome of the review of rules and responsibilities of councillors. There is a suggestion of a rise within that. But I think the major suggestion has to be that the recommendation is made and it applies across all 11 councils, irrespective. And I would remind councillors who have a concern about perhaps the amount that they're taking. There is facility within the regulations for a councillor not to take the full amount if they so wish. And I would remind councillors of that fact. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. I know Councillor Barr spoke on us, but it was just to endorse what everybody's saying. But one point that Councillor Hargan sort of raised, and it's not to challenge him, whatever, it's just a more than observation, when he says that councillors have an opportunity to vote sort of in this capacity for themselves and other people don't. But the view that I've expressed would be, my thought was that A lot of people who are member of unions, they mandate their unions to go and negotiate on their behalf, and then they can vote or not to vote on taking pay raises. So just a distinction that I see, it's not a challenge at Councillor Horgan, it's just an observation. And I thought it was probably a pertinent one to actually raise, but it's definitely not a challenge. So thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me in.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Cusack?
Thank you. I've spoken about this before, but when I was with the SDLP in a group session, and I understand that in prior years it was a no-go. But my point always was then and is now is the remuneration councillors get will dictate the type of people that you get. Years ago, when you didn't get paid that much, it was open to professionals, businessmen, men who of a certain income, very little women, and people who had the time and the income to be able to become members of political parties and sit in this chamber. We want to be more representative of a diverse community, and we want more female representation. And the part of our community of society is that women do not get paid, sadly, as much as men. Out there's a perception among some people that councillors get paid a fortune, that they get all sorts of benefits, that they get all sorts of things paid for them. They get, company cars, they get offices, they get all sorts. And that's simply not true for anybody listening. The income's about 15,000, and that's before tax. So you think you're running a car, you're paying a mortgage, paying rent, paying electricity, paying your phone bills, paying your rates bills, feeding children, feeding yourself. I mean, it goes on and on. Do the math. Do the math. So that's putting a lot of young people and women and other demographics off becoming councillors, which is very, very sad. So for us to penalise them just for maybe what's going to be in the headlines tomorrow, that's sad as well too. We need to take a brave step because the minister's not going to do it and hasn't been doing it, and say, yes, okay, value ourselves because we value what we do. So if we value what we do, then we should be remunerated, and that reflects, the importance of what we do. We don't work 9 to 5. We work 9 until whatever, 7 days a week. So at the end of the day, we've got to think about that. We've got to value ourselves, and we've got to make it an attractive option for those coming behind us that think, I want to do that and I can make a difference, but I can't afford to, and I can't support myself and my family, so it's not for me. So there's a bigger picture here, and I'd ask everybody to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Okay, members, I think we should go for a vote.
Okay, thank you, members. Alderman Cook.
For.
Alderman Guy. Alderman Hussey.
For.
Alderman Carrigan.
For, John.
Alderman McMorris.
For.
Alderman Middleton.
For.
Alderman Montgomery.
For.
Alderman Wilkinson.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Lillian Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Cusack.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Harkin.
Against.
Councillor McDade.
For.
Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Members, I think that's everyone. Have I missed anyone? Okay. Mayor, I've recorded 18 for, 1 against, 1 abstention, so the proposal passes.
Thank you, John. Thank you, members. Alderman Hussey.
Item GSP 8 for 25, the NAC conferences, and declared interest obviously as somebody involved in that. But it's my understanding that an impasse may have developed between officers and council, officers of NAC and officers of council. Could I ask, would the chief executive and relevant officers be prepared to meet a precursory meeting with the officers of NAC to see if there's any way forward on the impasse that I suspect has developed prior to a meeting with the councillors that has been suggested, not proposed. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Stand to be corrected by Ellen if I don't have the most up-to-date position in this, but we have invited members of the NEC to address GSP. Members of the NEC wrote back to ask for a meeting with myself and relevant officers, and we said we advised that we would be very content to do that, but that they may wish to meet with GSP first, as GSP is next week. I'm very happy to organise a meeting with officers of or members of the NEC, if requested to do so by this chamber today.
Mayor, I would deeply appreciate that. I think, as I say, it's dragging on and we need to come to a conclusion on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussain. Thank you, John. Members, any other matters arising? Councillor Harkin?
Thank you, Mayor. GSP 14/25. And obviously we have a great ambition for the development of our infrastructure for Derry in the Northwest. And indeed, that is what the partnership is for. And that's why we are outreaching to the Irish government and Stormont as well, seeking to address decades of disparity in terms of funding for our infrastructure. And I wanted to mention that the 14th of February next month is a significant milestone in regard to our infrastructure, because the 14th of February, 60 years ago, is the date when the Derry through Portadown on the Dublin rail link was ended, which meant that it led to a massive reduction in terms of transportation infrastructure for Derry in the Northwest. It also cut off our direct route to Dublin, and this is very much at the centre of many of our goals when it comes to infrastructure. And obviously we have been advocating as a council to the Irish government, to Stormont, to multiple departments that we need to urgently build up our infrastructure, develop out our rail infrastructure in all directions, to improve it for people who live here, and to encourage more people to see Derry in the Northwest as a place to come and live and work and visit. So what I would like to propose, Mayor, is that that council officers and relevant council officers that have been working on transport meet with Into the West to discuss some ideas for how to mark this important milestone. I think that meeting could be open as well for any member that would like to participate, because I see this as an opportunity for us to kind of again foreground the need to develop our rail infrastructure, to improve it. We've had a lot of discussions in here, but there's very little movement on anything. So I think we have to keep pushing, and this is one of our major priorities. So again, we have very good positions when it comes to our demands around this. I think that this is an opportunity for us to just highlight the need to develop rail infrastructure and work with Into the West to come up with some ideas to do that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. I'm sure officers will take that forward. Is it, John?
Yeah, certainly, Mayor, if that's what members wish. Just to clarify, that officers meet with Into the West to discuss what to do around this issue, and that it's open to any member to participate. Might I suggest that we trigger a meeting of the Rail Working Group? Yeah.
It's a great proposal.
Councillor Farrell?
The chief executive took the words right out of my mouth, by the way. But I was going to call it, the new improved rail and public transport working group, I think, as it's now known. But I think, the vehicle for that is to convene that group again. I know we've had important meetings with TransLink, DFI, and the West have presented to that group and the governance previously, and I think it'd be wise to get a meeting arranged as a matter of urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Karen, do you want to?
Through you, Chair, members, we actually have scheduled a meeting of the Public Transport Task Force, which is in the members' diary for March. We can try and speak to Into the West before that. I understand the deadline. Obviously, it's a very short period of time between now and the 14th of February, but we may be able to support them through some engagement and marketing, etc. in the meanwhile. But we have got the Public Transport Task Force already now in the diaries. I know a number of members have accepted that this afternoon. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, members, any other matters arising? Okay, moving on to B, monthly planning committee held on Wednesday, 8th January 2025, pages 37 to 42 for accuracy. Thank you. Thank you. Any matters arising? Councillor Donnelly.
Chair. Agenda item 8B, PO9/25. Members will have received a detailed report from the Faughan Anglers about how officers approved a caravan park in Faughan Valley, contrary to this council's scheme of delegation. Faughan Anglers have been consistently raising concerns around planning issues in this council, and in the past, their interventions have protected the planning committee from acting unlawfully. So members should be taking their concerns seriously. As one of the few elected representatives who engaged with the panel of planning experts appointed to examine the Faughan Anglers' concerns over another holiday accommodation project on the Faughan, we were told by those experts that their examination is, quote, designed to explore whether it could help create a route map to resolution, unquote, between the concerns of the Faughan Anglers and actions of this council's planning service. While I remain sceptical about the value for money this report will bring, resolution requires transparency and trust on all sides, but particularly from officers. But how can Faughan Anglers, the public, or for that matter, elected representatives place trust in officials if concerns continue to be raised about the actions of our planning service? Officers accept that because of a, quote, administrative error, they failed to bring this latest case before the planning committee. I do have to question why officers are not familiar with this council scheme of delegation nearly 10 years after planning powers were passed to this council. However, I want some clarity on the advice officers provided to the planning committee on the 8th of January regarding the environmental impacts of minerals extraction taking place within the application site of LA11/2021/0935/F. Faughan Anglers have raised the concern that this advice may have misled members. They have set out what appears to me to be a very clear evidence that unauthorised sand and gravel extraction has happened within this site. Therefore, can officers explain why the impacts from the extraction do not arise or why they are irrelevant? And can members of the planning committee set out for the record, especially those who agreed that officers gave a cogent explanation, what they understood of the advice they received from officers about unauthorised extraction at the application site? Chair, in my opinion, having read this, there's very clearly 5 pieces of evidence that was in the planning file that members of the planning committee had access to, and there has been a 6th that has been supplied to each member here apparently by the Faughan Anglers, and that is a further additional piece of evidence from, I believe it's a satellite image. There's something that does not add up here, and you know, I think this is going to be another slight on this council. So if anybody can give me any answers to the questions that I've just asked. Thank you.
Mayor, through you, yeah, we have received, just I went up to speed in this one, but we have received further correspondence. I think it was last night, 11:30 p.m. last night. So from relating to what you've just raised, Councillor Donnelly, so officers will consider that in the first instance and provide a further updated report to Planning Committee.
Are you content with it?
Well, I hear what's being said, but I'm just saying if there's any members of the planning committee that thought that the explanation was sufficient, you know, if they want to address some of the comments and questions that have been made.
Councillor Mooney?
Chair, and I think that's probably directed to me because I was probably the only one that spoke at the planning committee on the 8th of July on that subject, which I should note that was which wasn't in for decision, but information. I do have the document that was sent to me. I did read it. And there's my annotated notes at the back when I asked the 5 questions of the city solicitor. So when the city solicitor replied, in relation to the first one, he said it was a matter of plan and judgment, which I accepted because only lately I acquired a recent book on planning law in Northern Ireland and did read the sections in relation to the 2015 and 2017 regulations in relation to equality impacts. And I did accept that prior to coming to that meeting, I'd read that book. I thought about it, I actually forgot it, but I was going to bring it today because I could refer to some of the stuff. But I do take myself seriously when I go to the planning committee. So question 1, my note was the city solicitor reflected planning judgment. Consider planning judgment because it wasn't sufficiently linked. That's an aspect of EIA's scoping and judgment, things like that there. I accept that when the city solicitor said to me that was a matter of planning judgment, that is an aspect of a planning officer's role. Number 2, the question that was answered, that current application outstanding remains in the system. So it hasn't come before the committee. If it will come before the committee, I accepted that. That for me is cogent. Questions 3, 4 and 5 were actually linked all together, and they were the answer which I came back with from the city solicitor was that the consultee responses, which we rely on as well as members of the planning committee, were erroneous, and therefore that was it anyway. So what I can say when you point that, can any members ask, as I say to you, is I read the stuff, I read the material, and on that basis, I formed my own judgment. But what I can say is that all members were content to note the report. But what I can say is that I read the documents, I read it, and I read the back. And on that basis, I was satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Donnelly?
Okay, Chair, it wasn't aimed at you, it was aimed at the whole, and I hear what you say, but however, there is a number of, you know, the council, I would like to know what the erroneous report is. Is it from a council officer? Because council officer is in that file that you've said. They say that there is extraction taking place. The environmental connection with council spoke to the plant, the guy who put in the application, and he admitted that there was Grand and Savile extraction on the site, and it has to be unauthorized. And you know, and if you follow up and read what Mark Durkin's saying about they can't be separated. So there's at least 5 occasions in this file where it talks about sand and gravel extraction that is it has to be unregulated. And they can't separate the issues. The issues have to be taken. If there is sand or gravel, mineral extraction, then it can't be separated from the rest of the planning application. But thanks for giving me.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Can I ask Councillor Harkin to come in? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, it's difficult being on the planning committee, right? There's no doubt about that because you're presented with a lot of evidence. It can be contentious in terms of the issues, but I do find it frustrating sometimes when councillors say I had all the evidence in front of me to make the decision, because it's sometimes just not true. Because if there's evidence then that you're shown after that you didn't have when you made the decision, well then that is the point. I know, but it means I'm not because it's, you know, I've been frustrated about this in relation to HMOs. I've had a similar kind of thing where, like, I think people could have been presented with many more options, but weren't. So I think that this is just an example of that. I think that it is. So, you know, I think Councillor Donnelly is raising this because council members are not presented with potentially all the evidence, and then you can only judge based on what you see in front of you and how that's explained. And if there's other pieces it might change your judgment on a particular issue. So, because I wanted to raise this, because I've, a number of councillors responded as if I was attacking them. And it's not about attacking, it's about saying, if people show you other things that weren't presented at the meeting, well then that's evidence that you weren't shown. So you didn't have all the evidence. And so that other evidence would have helped you make maybe a different decision, maybe not. But that's
Thank you, Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher, then I'll bring you in, Councillor Mooney.
Thank you. I'm on planning committee as well. I understand where Sean's come from. That's why he got half us. That's why he got half us. But you see, and you probably had to nail on the head, Sean, in the sense of, like, we get information, we make decisions, and then possibly 18 months later, if things come in and says, oh, we made a mistake here and we had to correct that, or we had to do this, we had to do that. And then based on that, other details, complaints may come in, and you're getting it really retrospectively, and you're trying to look at what comes in. And we've been getting a lot of stuff that's come in, and some of the stuff comes up at planning and it's for information. And we get it then, right? And we can raise some stuff that has come in to us as councillors. But it's, I believe it's not the right arena for a lot of this stuff, because it comes, exactly what you said, it becomes confrontational. It can become confrontational between members of the committee and officers, or it becomes confrontational across councillors. And it never really gets if you want to call it, fully aired out. A resolution, possibly. And then a lot of it, when it's online, a lot of it is other people are watching what is said and what is not said. And then the same process is repeated again and again, because he said this or she said that, she said that, and that's not true, and this is not true. So it becomes very, very difficult. It happens in our committee as well, but particularly within planning, I think it's very difficult for committee members to, if you want to call it, resolve everybody's issues across everything, and every decision is perfect. And it's very, very difficult. And it does get confrontational in that arena. So I think when a lot of stuff comes in, where you get sent loads of information around a particular one that's done, whatever, and then there's other issues with from officers that it should go into, like a, whatever you want to call it, a working group arena, rather than coming out and planning business. And it might avoid that confrontational stuff, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Mooney.
Just to come in, because I heard the comments, and I absolutely agree, because I mean, that's what we're here for, to talk about these things, to be accountable. And I think the planning committee is one of those committees where you are extremely accountable, because you're making decisions that affect residents' lives and have impacts and things like this here. And to put it in perspective, I was listening to the infrastructure committee this morning on assembly, and there was a delegation from DFI presenting the committee. In this jurisdiction, every year, there was about 11,500 applications went through the whole of the 11 combined councils this year. And, a lot of them are done through delegated legislation, through the authority of the councils. The planning committee sees very few of those applications, but what we see are probably ones that are being objected to, or major applications. But we do our best, but it's a difficult situation, because, as Councillor Gallagher said, it can become adversarial. I prefer to see it in the light of an inquisitorial mode, where you can ask questions and interrogate without being adversarial, because it's not a courtroom. Let's face it, it's a place where somebody comes to see, who presents an application, and our duty is to adjudicate it properly. People will object, and sometimes, and I have to remind myself that I'm not a professional planner, and there you make a decision based on relative knowledge and a degree, and I have to rely on our excellent planning team, our officers, who are qualified, who are regulated by their authorities and their bodies, and some who have spent years doing this role. And we have objectors who come in and we have to give consideration to their concerns. And I do my best to listen and give concerns, and when concerns come. But at the end of the day, I have to use, and I speak for myself because members of the committee speak for themselves, I have to use my own judgment. And that's as a basis of, and I'll speak for myself. So when people come forward and give us information and whatever, I have to try and disseminate that myself, analyse it, interrogate it, scrutinise it, and see where is this person coming from? Does this stack up with policies and everything else? And it's very technical. And sometimes it's extremely difficult to come to a decision. But whatever decisions I come to are made in good faith. This decision, as Councillor Donnelly rightly brought up today, this was a matter which wasn't an application for hearing, but it was an open for information about an application that probably should have went through the committee, but there was an error made. I accept human error, and I accept that these things do not happen all the time, and I accept that it was a human error, and that's fine. And the decision was brought before us, and I looked at the papers, and I thought I would have made that same decision, and I would agree with the officers on that.
Thank you, Councillor Ashley. Thank you.
So on that basis, I'm happy I hope I've spoken, and I hope I've assuaged Councillor Donnelly, and so might have or might not, but that's who I.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. I'll move on to Alderman Housey, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's just a very, very brief comment. The delegated list comes out to us all. And any councillor, doesn't have to be on the planning committee, any councillor can challenge the delegation of any application. I rest my case.
Thank you, Councillor Housey. Any other matters arising? Okay, members. Moving on to C, Monthly Business and Culture Committee held on Tuesday, 14th January 2025, pages 43 to 56 for accuracy. Thank you. Is that for accuracy? Thank you. We're moving on to business and culture.
Can I remind people to
Item C.
Microphone?
Item C. For accuracy, first of all, thank you, Councillor Farrell. Do you want to raise an issue?
Matters arising,
Okay,
please,
thank
Mayor.
you.
So it's BC 10, which was the cultural grant aid results, which we discussed at B&C earlier this month. As everybody's aware, the number of applications far exceeded the available funding. We as a committee agreed and tasked officers within the directorate to speak to colleagues in finance to understand if there could be any in-year savings identified to fund more applications, specifically within the upper level of the Communities Festivals Fund. We had asked that be treated with degree of urgency, and we asked, could an update be provided at full council? We're at full council. So I would ask Stephen, have there been any discussions with finance? And if so, has any in-year savings been identified to fund more applications that reach the scoring threshold within that particular fund? Thank you.
Happy to come in, and yes, I've had discussions with the lead finance officer, and whilst he's very confident there will be in-year savings, he just wants to have the final outturn for 9 months with the end of December, which will be in the next few days or so. So I'll have an exact figure for Committee for Business and Culture in next week.
Thank you. I'll bring in Alderman Middleton online, then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I just wanted to query on BC625 if the proposed meeting with the postal, the Royal Mail managers has been put in place. I'm sure we're all in the same boat. I'm literally being contacted now daily, several times a day, just about people who are missing appointments and missing bills, and it's getting quite stressful for a number of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Middleton. Councillor Barr?
My query was the same as Alderman Middleton's, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Alderman Housey?
Thank you, Mayor. I have two that have already been talked about, and the third, but totally support. I think it was Councillor Farrell with regard to the additional funding. And my understanding is after this meeting, letters of offer can be issued. That means there are still some people holding on. And indeed, is it also the case that with additional funding, some of the actual amounts may change going forward? So there is an importance in getting answers to whether this funding is going to be available. That's my point on BC 10. With regard to BC 6, totally support Alderman Middleton there with regard to the communication workers in Royal Mail. We don't want to wait too long after the Christmas mayhem to be meeting with them, and they can push it further down the line and, you know, blame Christmas or whatever, because that is not in fact the case. It's a year-round issue of parcels in some cases being prioritised over letters. My final point is with regard to BC 17, the International Appalachian Trail. One thing that I had highlighted in that meeting, I wasn't a member of committee, but yes, council are continuing maintenance of the trail, which is appreciated, but the membership body is going, fair enough. But there was also, I suppose, the ability of the trail being used as a catalyst to open other doors with folk. And I did name Vice President Vance, who has highlighted his Ulster Scots or Scots-Irish roots. You know, the likes of that level of contact that could be materialised through the likes of the International Trail. So at some stage, can officers report how we may be able to bring that sort of contact using the trail itself as the catalyst going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Jose. Alderman Guy?
Thank you, Mayor. It's just to BC 1125, the attendance at the Future High Streets Summit. Just to put my colleague's name, Alderman Hussey, forward for it.
Thank you. That's okay. That's good. Okay, moving on, members, to
Mayor, sorry. I did write in again requesting to speak. I actually was hoping that one of the officers could answer my query, if that's okay.
What was the query?
I queried whether there was an update on the meeting with Royal Mail. Thank you.
Okay, I'll get Stephen.
Yeah, I have to come in, Mayor. There's no update. There's no response from the request for meetings yet, but I'll keep chasing it and come back to you like the members.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Monthly Environment and Regeneration Committee held on Wednesday, 15th January 2025, pages 57 to 64 for accuracy. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Thank you, Alderman Jose. Any matters arising? Alderman Jose?
Three going forwards. ER07, Samuel's Play Park. And it's, I suppose, tangential to that, the closure of the bog pitch in Samuel's that was closed quite recently, and quite a bit of consternation locally on the issue, and wondering, can we get an update on that? There's all sorts of connotations around it, that money previously that had been set aside was not put into these pitches. There's that one there, as I say, if we can get an update. And I've also been approached with regard to play facility, namely the Mugga in Newton Stewart, as to the potential for engaging with the school again to enlarge the Mugga that is there, given the number of people who are using that particular facility. It's a joint facility that we operate along with Newton Stewart Primary School. So those 2 points on that. I have two other issues, if I may come back to them, Mayor.
Mayor, members, firstly, just in terms of the Mugga facility at Sand Mills. It has never been designated as a sports facility due to its size. It sat within the play infrastructure element of council. So we've had an internal meeting just prior to council to agree a strategy for looking at its redevelopment and the options going forward. So Karen will comment on the options.
Yeah, through you, chair members, you'll recall that we held a members briefing, a joint one between Environment and Regeneration and Health and Communities before Christmas to look at possible options. And as Karen had said, it was concluded at that meeting with members that that particular facility is not a bookable pitch facility, and therefore the officers from the Environment and Regeneration would look at potential options to take that forward as a free play facility. Officers are working through that at the minute, and we will intend to bring update reports to the committees to update members and seek your approval in relation to that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Karen.
If I may come back there, just obviously there are probably capital implications in that, and we're within the RITS process. When is it anticipated that suggested solutions might not be costed and available? Because if it doesn't happen now going into the new financial year, are we talking about another year before there's a solution?
Members, through you, Chair, we've had very significant ongoing engagement with elected members and with the community in relation to this facility over a number of years. I think that it's fair to say that there has been varying aspirations within the community in terms of what they'd like to see at the facility, and that basically we haven't been able to come forward with a plan that is bought into by the community at the minute. So members, we've done significant community engagement. What we had agreed at the members engagement session before Christmas is that, you know, in effect, members were content that this wasn't going to be a bookable pitch facility, and therefore we would concentrate on the plans in relation to free play, etc. Therefore, the officers are considering that. We do need to work through a process then to engage with the community in terms of that particular basis, because again, we can't come forward with a plan that we don't have community buy-in for based on what we've agreed with members. So we will do that as soon as we possibly can, and indeed work through it. Yes, indeed, whatever we decide to do may well have financial implications. This is a project that has been on the capital plan for a long time, and indeed a certain percentage or a certain amount of finance has been allocated towards the project. So therefore we can bear that in mind whenever we're taking forward those considerations. But I think really the engagement with the community now that we have agreed with members an approach is the most important thing, and we will begin that as soon as we possibly can, and members prioritise it as much as we can.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Obviously, the longer you leave a thing, the more costly a project gets. So the quicker we can get it. If I
You
may,
have another item, yeah?
a couple of 08. I had mentioned there the lighting in William Street car park. This was an ENR, but it's a business and culture scenario as far as I know. Has anything occurred there? And secondly, I also note that lights are out in Meeting Street car park again in Castleberg. It's council, and council taking over the car parks also took over the lighting in car parks.
Through you, Chair. Members, it's my understanding that the William Street car park issue has been addressed. I know the officers, so far as I'm aware, that has been, this is the first I'm aware of Meeting Street. We will liaise with Business and Culture and the property team and look into that as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman House. I have Councillor O'Reilly.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just the same item, ER 0825, just in relation to the closure of the Beach Bridge. I appreciate Karen's response at committee in relation to bringing back a report to the next committee in due course. Since our committee meeting, there has been an issue by a press release by the Department for Infrastructure saying that the Peace Bridge is going to be closed next week. I see that that's up on our council website, but I do think that we can probably do a bit more to alert members of the public to that pending closure every day next week between 9:30 and 3:30. And I'm wondering, as part of that closure, is there any work that we need to do in terms of assessing the lighting when it is going to be closed? Are we using that window to get a better shape on where we go with ensuring that as the closure is there specifically on a routine basis, it says in the press release to make sure that the network is safe to use, that lighting is part of that safety considerations. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor, through you, we don't need to do anything more. We have actually assessed the lighting and we have been able to obtain costings, etc. The situation that we're at the minute is trying to actually find a funding solution in order to move forward with that, which we're active on, and I'll update members as soon as I can. But we can bear that in mind to liaise with the department if necessary. I don't think there's anything we need to do, but we'll double check.
Okay, thanks for that, Karen. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack.
Thank you. On the same item regarding lighting, Craigenburn Park and Bay Road, Craigenburn Park in particular, I've been working on for the past 6-7 years now. It's a very well-used park. I've highlighted it a number of times and come back to officers again and again about the two sections which are not lit, which are very dangerous. Again, where are we with that? I was told when funding comes available, but that's not wearing with the users of it, especially now with our strategy for safety for women, especially, and in these dark nights, it's used by a lot of people. So I would impress that this be followed up and see where we are with that, because I think that is a matter of urgency now. And the Bay Road has been highlighted to me as well too. There's a very dark section in that, particularly next to the pitches. What's the possibility of getting additional light in there? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, members, I haven't got an update on Craigenburn Park today. I am aware in terms of Bay Road Park, because that was raised recently, that we have obtained planning permission for that particular project. The team are working through a business case and have been engaging with the Department of Infrastructure, who have got funding opportunities that we hope will come live within the next number of weeks, and in which case we will take forward that together with a couple of other projects. But I don't know the situation in Craigenburn Park, but we can update members accordingly as soon as we can. Thanks.
Thank you. Alderman McMorris.
Sorry, just to highlight too, probably on the same vein, Karen, about Drumahoe Walking Park, there's no lights at all there, and I know that through planning and it's ready to go. So just to keep in mind, again, as Councillor Cusack said, this is all about protecting women and girls, and we had a serious attack out in that park, so just to highlight that as well. I know Councillor Cook has raised it for a few times.
Through you, Chair, members, that project has been, we're working through the business case for that project to submit to DFI as soon as that funding opportunity comes live. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Alderman Middleton, you want to come in?
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I'm just conscious that we're pressing on with time. I have two issues, but if it's okay with Karen, I'll just ask them both in one sentence, if that's all right. If it's not, I apologise in advance. But the first one is ER0925, and I just wanted to request that if we have received an update from DFI in regards to the report that we haven't had for the last 2 months about flooding, could that be circulated before ENR? I'm just really conscious that I would like to be ahead of the details on the basis that we've missed some because DFI haven't sent that through. The second query is regarding ER1525, and I just wanted to inquire as to where we're at with the planning of the face-to-face meeting with locals that I had requested would be planned in regards to removal of the park equipment. So I did outline in Environment Regeneration that it'll be a very emotive situation if we just roll up and start taking the things out, irrespective of the fact that we've already consulted, because people just find this sort of thing, a really emotive issue. So I'd just like an update on both of those, please. Thank you so much.
Through you, Chair, members, in terms of Flood and Happy, we have written to DFI specifically to ask them for their update, and happy to circulate that to members as soon as we get it and before ENR. And in terms of engagement with residents on Faughan View and Faughan Crescent, the officers are planning how to do that. What we were considering is, in addition to offering you know, the opportunity to meet with officers, that we also do a leaflet drop to the relevant houses with contact details for officers so that people can actually speak to them, because we are aware when we did the face-to-face, we hosted face-to-face meetings specifically in this area, specifically for this reason before, and we had very low turnout. So what we thought was, in addition to doing that again, then we could leaflet drop the relevant houses and give them the contact officer details that they can speak to the officers as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Alderman Middleton. McMorris?
Thank you, Karen. And just on that, I was actually at the public meeting that we had in regards to the removal of them 2 play parks. And there was a lot of the community there and gave their feedback to that, as you're aware. And one of the asks on that there from some of the residents, that there would be like a wee subcommittee kind of formed. So I don't know, I don't understand why we're going to a leaflet or whatever, you know, because we have identified who would be on that subcommittee. So I think what Alderman Middleton is lining to is that meeting with the subcommittee set up so that we could basically talk about the options and discussions. So I think that it needs to be brought to that level as opposed to another community consultation, so we can just drive forward the actual needs of the area. And the community at that time, they agreed to that way forward. So thank you.
Happy to engage with members outside of this and make sure that we're happy on the way forward.
Thank you. Okay, Alderman Cook.
Thanks, Mayor. I was actually on the lighting issue as well, but Naree's come in. It was just to highlight Drumahoe Park, which I have done previously. And if I could just be kept on the loop with, you know, any updates regarding that park. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, moving on, members. We are now on E, Monthly Health and Community Committee, held on Thursday, 16 January 2025, pages 65 to 80 for accuracy. Thank you. Thank you. Any matters rising? Very good. Moving on to F, Special Planning Committee, held on Wednesday, 22nd January 2025 for accuracy. For accuracy. Thank you. Thank you. Any matters arising? Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. It's SPO 6/25. And as you can see at that special planning meeting, there was a discussion about the local development plan and about HMO applications that are coming in. And the committee agreed that they would bring any HMO applications into the planning committee in areas where, if they were potentially passed through delegated authority, it would mean that the number of HMOs in that particular area would be above 10%. So we are now in a situation where the local development plan has been agreed and will be implemented in April, May. And it did seem that at the end of the year, there was a bit of a push to get quite a few HMO applications through, particularly around the university area. And I think that is probably because some of the developers knew that there's going to be areas around the university that are already well above 30%, or there's areas that are above 10% when it comes to the number of HMOs, and that might have an impact on their application. Now, I have talked to residents and also people who've been who are part of the concerned residents around McGee Group, and they said there was one of the applications that actually was listed as BT 47 and it should have been BT 48, so it couldn't be found through the planning portal, which is actually quite frustrating given we know how difficult it is already for residents to actually engage with the with planning, just in terms of like the number of documents, how you figure it out, how time consuming it is. So I think it's that proposal is very important. And then there's a few additional things. It's my belief that that we should support the campaign demand from residents that sees that wants the cap to be 10% in the areas around McGee. Now, somewhere like Argyle Street is way above 30% already. But it's in areas that have been targeted for development. That where the worry is that there'll be a very quick process of more HMO applications coming in. So I think as a council, we've actually heard directly from residents who are asking the council to support them in this 10% cap proposal. And that is possible within the local development plan, but there's an issue because there's the period before it gets implemented, and then there's a period of transition where an area could be less than 10% now, but rise to 30% and then a determination is made that it should be a 30% HMO area. So this is why there's a bit of urgency about council supporting a particular position. I also think that we should be, as a council, it's not just the council should back that. I think Ulster University should back that, and I think the task force should back that. And there's a meeting with Stephen Kelly that people may know about that Ulster University have organised on February 6th at 6 o'clock. And a lot of residents from Lower Strand Road, from Rosemount, from Northlands, from the Glen and Duncragan Road are all planning to go to that meeting. So I expect that there will be a big meeting, and I would urge planning committee members and also council officers that are involved in this to go to that meeting because they will see and hear the concerns of residents directly. Now, we've had a lot of discussion about planning, and we've had some parties in here arguing that we need an enabling culture. And some of us have actually objected to that, saying we actually need a regulatory culture. Now, I think that when it comes to the local development plan and HMOs, we very much need a regulatory culture because this is exactly what residents are demanding. And the regulatory culture is needed, not just in relation to HMOs, but because there's absolutely no real regulation of guest houses, Airbnbs, and the development that is unplanned, unregulated, and there is a concern of many residents. That's exactly what's happening, particularly around the university. It's not just HMOs. It's about houses being turned into something where it's very transient. It's not clear who's living there, and it's certainly not people who are connected in and part of a community. And so this is really a big issue. So I wanted to bring, I support the proposal, but I think as a council, we need to go further and actually back the 10%, even while the process of implementing an the LDP is in the works. And even though there will be a period that's called the transition, where an area can become a 30% HMO area, I think that that's what's at stake, and I think that this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Any member who would like to speak on that issue? Councillor Money?
Just probably it might need some sort of view from the city solicitor, because obviously I just went down here and picked up the draft there, which is now we're on the transition period now. It started there 3 weeks ago. We're at the first planning committee this month, only. But page 251 and page 252 is the pages where you'll get that information only about the 10% and the 30% being the designated and the non-designated areas. But that work, I think, will probably be done at the next stage. 16.105 says the 30% interim threshold and 30 and 10% thresholds to apply at LPP stage is designed to enable such HMO proposals to come forward and be suitably managed in terms of numbers while not impacting on existing established character. So the stage we're at now is we just finished the LDP. My understanding is now we go into the next stage, is the two-stage plan which is the local policies plan, which will be which will give members the opportunity to then look at which areas will be designated, those HMO areas and non-designated areas. We were briefed on that by Prunches, who's the senior planning officer dealing with that. So that's where we are at the moment. Now we're in the transition stage. So my understanding is that the current policies, the transitional policies we relied on since 2015, we are now enabled where officers will be using the draft LDP, but at a minimal level. They will be brought in, but we're being asked to apply less weight to this until it's formally adopted in April or May. But in relation to the current situation, once that there is adopted, we can't change it. It's my understanding. And it's come out of the PAC, it's gone to the DFA, and in April or May, once that goes to full council, it cannot be changed until there's a new plan. But what we can do is like every member can obviously come and say, when we're dealing with the LPP, everybody can have a view on that, because there will be like the same roundtable discussions that happened before. But my view, being a member of the planning committee, everybody's welcome to come on and obviously give their views. But subject to what I said, and subject maybe the city solicitor could, if I've said anything wrong, he could correct me. But thank you.
Members, I think the easiest way to address this is that, as has been pointed out, relevant HMO applications are now going to be automatically come before committee, and obviously there will be a detailed planning case officer report that will go that before that, which will discuss the relevant policies. We will be obviously considering them currently during the transition period under the existing policy, but we are obliged to give the emerging plan appropriate weight. So there will be some commentary in relation to that within those papers, and I have no doubt whatsoever that the first one of those that comes before the planning committee will be the subject of lengthy and extensive debate. And we can obviously, one final point is that, as all members of the planning committee had requested, there is going to be a significant period of capacity building in relation to the emerging plan as well. That's not just going to be for members of the planning committee, that will be open to all elected members to attend and to make commentary on as well.
Chair, if I could quickly add to that in terms of members, obviously the members of the planning committee and probably other members are aware that our emerging policies in relation to HMOs are much wider than the 10% and 30%, and there are also other policies in relation to the residential character of an area, in relation to the number of bedrooms that would be permitted within HMOs, and other aspects that will all be balanced. I think the team and I within both the planning team and indeed our environmental health team have had ongoing engagement over the last couple of weeks to look at how we can actually develop additional resources to assist members in terms of the messaging around that, and indeed how we can engage with both the university and other stakeholders and indeed local residents in order to fully inform them in relation to the wider policies that will be available, and indeed how they can take part in the planning process where they have any concerns, and indeed all of the information that's available to them in order to engage. And we will do further updates to members in terms of that over the next number of weeks.
Thank you, Karen. Are you content, Councillor Harkin? I assume you are content, right? Okay. Members, it is 6 o'clock, 3 minutes past 6 o'clock. So I am going to adjourn this meeting to tomorrow. Thank you, members, and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Mayor.